Love Poems by Famous Authors. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lore. Love Poems by Famous Authors. The Lay of the Last Minstrel. Love rules the court, the camp, the grove, and men below and saints above. For love is heaven, and heaven is love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Ditty by Sir Philip Sidney. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Lore. My true love hath my heart, and I have his. By just exchange, one to the other given, I hold his dear, and mine he cannot miss. There never was a better bargain driven. My true love hath my heart, and I have his. His heart in me keeps him and me in one. My heart in him his thoughts and senses guides. He loves my heart, for once it was his own. I cherish his, because in me it bides. My true love hath my heart, and I have his. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
On a Girdle by Edmund Waller, recorded for LibriVox.org by Selwyn Kelly Park. On a girdle, that which her slender waist confined, shall now my joyful temples bind. No monarch but would give his crown, his arms might do what this hath done. It was my heaven's extremest sphere, the pale which held that lovely dear. My joy, my grief, my hope, my love, did all within this circle move. A narrow compass, and yet there dwelt all that's good and all that's fair. Give me but what this ribbon bound, take all the rest the sun goes round. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Love Alters Not by William Shakespeare, recorded for LibriVox.org by Selwyn Kelly Park. Love alters not. Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love, which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. Oh no, it is an ever fixed mark, that looks on tempests and is never shaken. It is a star to every wandering bark, whose worth unknown, although his height be taken. Love's not time's full, though rosy lips and cheeks within its bending sickle's compass come. Love alters not with its brief hours and weeks, but it bears out even to the edge of doom. If this be error, and upon me proved, I never writ, nor no man ever loved. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. At the Church Gate by William Makepeace Thackeray, recorded for LibriVox.org by Selwyn Kelly Park. At the church gate, although I enter not, yet round about the spot ofttimes I hover, and near the sacred gate with longing eyes I wait, expectant of her. The minster bell tolls out above the city's rout, and noise and humming. They've hushed the minster bell, the organ begins to swell. She's coming, she's coming. My lady comes at last, timid and stepping fast, and hastening hither, with modest eyes downcast. She comes, she's here, she's past, may heaven go with her. Kneel undisturbed, fair saint, pour out your praise or plaint, meekly and duly. I will not enter there, to sully your pure prayer with thoughts unruly, but suffer me to pace round the forbidden place, lingering a minute, like outcast spirits who wait, and see through heaven's gate angels within it. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Britain's Ida by Edmund Spenser. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Lore. Love is life's end, an end but never ending, all joys, all sweets, all happiness awarding. Love is life's wealth, ne'er spent but ever spending. Love's life's reward, rewarded in rewarding. Then from thy wretched heart fond care remove. Ah, shouldst thou live but once love's sweets to prove? Thou wilt not love to live, unless thou live to love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Romeo and Juliet by William Shakespeare. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Characters:
Romeo, read by Greg Giordano.
Juliet, read by Irene Rubio.
He jests at scars that never felt a wound.
Juliet appears above at a window.
But soft, what light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun. Arise, fair sun, and kill the envious moon, who is already sick and pale with grief, that thou, her maid, art far more fair than she. Be not her maid, since she is envious. Her vestal livery is but sick and green, and none but fools do wear it. Cast it off. It is my lady. Oh, it is my love. Oh, that she knew she were. She speaks, yet she says nothing. What of that? Her eye discourses. I will answer it. I am too bold. 'Tis not to me she speaks. Two of the fairest stars in all the heaven, having some business, do entreat her eyes to twinkle in their spheres till they return. What if her eyes were there? They in her head, the brightness of her cheek would shame those stars, as daylight doth a lamp. Her eyes in heaven would through the airy region stream so bright, that birds would sing and think it were not night. See how she leans her cheek upon her hand. Oh, that I were a glove upon that hand, that I might touch that cheek.
Me.
She speaks. Oh, speak again, bright angel, for thou art as glorious to this night, being o'er my head as a winged messenger of heaven, upon the white upturned wondering eyes of mortals that fall back to gaze on him, when he bestrides the lazy pacing clouds and sails upon the bosom of the air.
O Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? Deny thy father, and refuse thy name. Or if thou wilt not, be but sworn, my love, and I'll no longer be a Capulet.
Shall I hear more, or shall I speak at this?
'Tis but thy name that is my enemy. Thou art thyself, though not a Montague. What's Montague? It is nor hand, nor foot, nor arm, nor face, nor any other part belonging to a man. Oh, be some other name. What's in a name? That which we call a rose, by any other name would smell as sweet. So Romeo would, were he not Romeo called, retain that dear perfection which he owes. Without that title, Romeo doth thy name, and for that name, which is no part of thee, take all myself.
I take thee at thy word. Call me but love, and I'll be new baptized. Henceforth I never will be Romeo.
What man art thou that thus bescreened in night, so stumbles on my counsel?
By a name I know not how to tell thee who I am. My name, dear saint, is hateful to myself, because it is an enemy to thee. Had I it written, I would tear the word.
My ears have yet not drunk 100 words of that tongue's utterance, yet I know the sound. Art thou not Romeo, and a Montague?
Neither, fair saint, if either thee dislike.
How cam'st thou hither, tell me, and wherefore? The orchard walls are high and hard to climb, and the place death, considering who thou art, if any of my kinsmen find thee here.
With love's light wings did I o'erperch these walls, for stony limits cannot hold love out. And what love can do that dares love attempt? Therefore thy kinsmen are no let to me.
If they do see thee, they will murder thee.
Alack, there lies more peril in thine eye than 20 of their swords. Look thou but sweet, and I am proof against their enmity.
I would not for the world they saw thee here.
I have night's cloak to hide me from their sight, and but thou love me, let them find me here. My life were better ended by their hate than death prorogued, wanting of thy love.
By whose direction foundst thou out this place?
By love, who first did prompt me to inquire. He lent me counsel, and I lent him eyes. I am no pilot, yet wert thou as far as that vast shore washed with the farthest sea, I would adventure for such merchandise.
Thou know'st the mask of night is on my face, else would a maiden blush repaint my cheek, for that which thou hast heard me speak to-night. Fain would I dwell on form, fain deny what I have spoke, but farewell, compliment. Dost thou love me? I know thou wilt say, Ay, and I will take thy word. Yet if thou swears, thou mayst prove false. At lovers' perjuries, they say Jove laughs. O gentle Romeo, if thou dost love, pronounce it faithfully. Or if thou think'st I am too quickly won, I'll frown and be perverse, and say thee nay. So thou wilt woo, but else not for the world. In truth, fair Montague, I am too fond, and therefore thou mayst think my haviour light. But trust me, gentlemen, I'll prove more true than those that have more cunning to be strange. I should have been more strange, I must confess, but that thou overheard ere I was ware my true love's passion. Therefore pardon me, and not impute this yielding to light love, which the dark night had so discovered.
Lady, by yonder blessed moon I swear, that tips with silver all these fruit tree tops.
O swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon, that monthly changes in her circled orb, lest that thy love prove likewise variable.
What shall I swear by?
Do not swear at all, or if thou wilt, swear by thy gracious self, which is the god of my idolatry, and I'll believe thee.
If my heart's dear love.
Well, do not swear, although I joy in thee. I have no joy of this contract to-night. It is too rash, too unadvised, too sudden, too like the lightning, which doth cease to be, ere one can say, it lightens. Sweet good night, this bud of love, by summer's ripening breath, may prove a beauteous flower when next we meet. Good night, good night, as sweet repose and rest come to thy heart as that within my breast.
Oh, wilt thou leave me so unsatisfied?
What satisfaction canst thou have to-night?
The exchange of thy love's faithful vow for mine.
I gave thee mine before thou didst request it, and yet I would it were to give again.
Wouldst thou withdraw it? For what purpose, love?
But to be frank, and give it thee again. And yet I wish but for the thing I have. My bounty is as boundless as the sea, my love as deep. The more I give to thee, the more I have, for both are infinite. I hear some noise within. Dear love, adieu.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 8. To Celia by Ben Jonson. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. To Celia, drink to me only with thine eyes, and I will pledge with mine, or leave a kiss but in the cup, and I'll not ask for wine. The thirst that from the soul doth rise, doth ask a drink divine. But might I of Jove's nectar sip, I would not change for thine. I sent thee late a rosy wreath, not so much honouring thee, as giving it a hope that there it could not withered be. But thou thereon didst only breathe, and sentest it back to me, since when it grows and smells, I swear, not of itself, but thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 9. Why So Wan and Pale by Sir John Suckling. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Why so wan and pale? Why so pale and wan, fond lover? Prithee, why so pale? Will, when looking well can't move her, looking ill prevail? Prithee, why so pale? Why so dull and mute, young sinner? Prithee, why so mute? Will, when speaking well can't win her, saying nothing do't? Prithee, why so mute? Quit, quit, for shame, this will not move, this cannot take her. If of herself she will not love, nothing can make her. The devil take her. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Ma Future by Edwin Arnold, recorded for LibriVox.org by Sandra. À ma future. Where waitest thou, lady I am to love? Thou comest not. Thou knowest of my sad and lonely lot. I looked for thee ere now. It is the May, and each sweet sister's soul hath found its brother. Only we two seek fondly each the other, and seeking still delay. Where art thou, sweet? I long for thee as thirsty lips for streams. O gentle promised angel of my dreams, why do we never meet? Thou art as I. Thy soul doth wait for mine as mine for thee. We cannot live apart. Must meeting be never before we die? Dear soul, not so, for time doth keep for us some happy years, and God hath portioned us our smiles and tears, thou knowest, and I know. Yes, we shall meet, and therefore let our searching be the stronger. Dark ways of life shall not divide us longer, nor doubt, nor danger, sweet. Therefore I bear this wintertide as bravely as I may, patiently waiting for the bright spring day that cometh with thee, dear. 'Tis the May light that crimsons all the quiet college gloom. May it shine softly in thy sleeping room, and so, dear wife, good night. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Serenade by Thomas Hood. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Read by Lore. Ah, sweet, thou little knowest how I wake and passionate watches keep, and yet, while I address thee now, methinks thou smilest in thy sleep. 'Tis sweet enough to make me weep, that tender thought of love in thee, that while the world is hushed so deep, thy soul's perhaps awake to me. Sleep on, sweet bride asleep, with golden visions for thy dower, while I this midnight vigil keep, and bless thee in thy silent bower. To me 'tis sweeter than the power of sleep and fairy dreams unfurled, that I alone, at this still hour, in patient love outwatch the world. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Fond Kiss by Robert Burns, recorded for LibriVox.org. A fond kiss, and then we sever. Aye, farewell, alas, forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Me, nay cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy, nathing could resist my Nancy. But to see her was to love but her, and love forever. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we had ne'er been broken-hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest, fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love, and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. End of poem. read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 24th of July, 2022. This recording is in the public domain. Highland Mary by Robert Burns, recorded for LibriVox.org. Ye banks and braes and streams around the castle o' Montgomery, green be your woods and fair your flowers, your waters never drumly. There simmer, first unfold your robes, and there the langest tarry, for there I took the last farewell, o my sweet Highland Mary. How sweetly bloomed the gay green birk, how rich the hawthorn's blossom, as underneath their fragrant shade I clasped her to my bosom. The golden hours on angel wings flew o'er me and my dearie, for dear to me as light and life was my sweet Highland Mary. We mony a vow and locked embrace, our parting was full tender, and pledging aft to meet again, we tore ourselves asunder. But oh, fair death's untimely frost, that nipped my flower sae early, now greens the sod, and calls the clay that wraps my Highland Mary. Oh, pale, pale now those rosy lips, I oft hae kissed sae fondly, and closed for aye the sparkling glance that dwelt on me sae kindly, and mouldering now in silent dust that heart that loed me dearly. But still, within my bosom's core, shall live my Highland Mary. End of poem, read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 24th of July, 2022. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 14. Come, Rest in This Bosom by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Come, rest in this bosom. Come, rest in this bosom, my own stricken dear. Though the herd have fled from thee, thy home is still here. Here still is the smile that no cloud can o'ercast, and a heart and a hand all thy own to the last. Oh, what was love made for, if 'tis not the same, through joy and through torment, through glory and shame? I know not, I ask not, if guilt's in that heart, but I know that I love thee, whatever thou art. Thou hast called me thy angel in moments of bliss, and thy angel I'll be through the horrors of this, through the furnace unshrinking, thy steps to pursue, and shield thee, and save thee, or perish thereto. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
She was a phantom of delight by William Wordsworth. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Read by Lore. She was a phantom of delight when first she gleamed upon my sight, a lovely apparition sent to be a moment's ornament. Her eyes as stars of twilight fair, like twilight's too her dusky hair, but all things else about her drawn from Maytime and the cheerful dawn. A dancing shape, an image gay, to haunt, to startle and waylay. I saw her upon nearer view, a spirit, yet a woman too. Her household motions light and free, and steps of virgin liberty, a countenance in which did meet sweet records, promises as sweet. A creature not too bright or good for human nature's daily food, for transient sorrows, simple wiles, praise, blame, love, kisses, tears, and smiles. And now I see with eyes serene the very pulse of the machine, a being breathing thoughtful breath, a traveler between life and death. The reason firm, the temperate will, endurance, foresight, strength, and skill. A perfect woman, nobly planned, to warn, to comfort, and command. And yet, a spirit still and bright, with something of an angel light. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
She Walks in Beauty by Lord Byron, recorded for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. She walks in beauty like the night of cloudless climes and starry skies, and all that's best of dark and bright meet in her aspect and her eyes, thus mellowed to that tender light which heaven to gaudy day denies. One shade the more, one ray the less, had half impaired the nameless grace which waves in every raven tress, or softly lightens o'er her face, where thoughts serenely sweet express how pure, how dear their dwelling place. And on that cheek and o'er that brow, so soft, so calm, yet eloquent, the smiles that win, the tints that glow, but tell of days in goodness spent, a mind at peace with all below, a heart whose love is innocent. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 17, Ruth by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Ruth. She stood breast high amid the corn, clasped by the golden light of morn, like the sweetheart of the sun, who many a glowing kiss had won. On her cheek an autumn flush deeply ripened, such a blush in the mist of brown was born, like red poppies grown with corn. Round her eyes her tresses fell, which were blackest none could tell, but long lashes veiled a light that had else been all too bright. And her hat, with shady brim, made her tressy forehead dim. Thus she stood amid the stooks, praising God with sweetest looks. Sure I said heaven did not mean, where I reap thou shouldest but glean. Lay thy sheaf adown, and come, share my harvest and my home. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
When We Two Parted by Lord Byron, recorded for LibriVox.org, read by Lore. When we two parted in silence and tears, half broken hearted, to sever for years, pale grew thy cheek and cold, colder thy kiss. Truly that hour foretold sorrow to this. The dew of the morning sunk chill on my brow. I felt like the warning of what I feel now. Thy vows are all broken, and light is thy fame. I hear thy name spoken, and share in its shame. They name thee before me, a knell to mine ear. A shudder comes o'er me. Why wert thou so dear? They know not I knew thee, who knew thee too well. Long, long shall I rue thee, too deeply to tell. In secret we met, in silence I grieve that thy heart could forget, thy spirit deceive. If I should meet thee after long years, how should I greet thee? In silence and tears? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 19. To the Lady Hamilton by Honourable William Robert Spencer. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. To the Lady Hamilton. Too late I stayed, forgive the crime. Unheeded flew the hours. How noiseless falls the foot of time that only treads on flowers. What I with clear account remarks, the ebbing of the glass, when all its sands are diamond sparks that dazzle as they pass. Oh, who to sober measurement time's happy swiftness brings, when birds of paradise have lent their plumage for his wings. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 20. Angel and Woman by Thomas Parnell. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Angel and woman, when your beauty appears in its graces and airs, all bright as an angel you drop from the skies, at distance I gaze and am awed by my fears, so strangely you dazzle my eyes. But when without art your kind thoughts you impart, when your love runs in blushes through every vein, when it darts from your eyes, when it pants at your heart, then I know that you're woman again. There's a passion and pride in our sex, she replied, and thus might I gratify both, I would do. Still an angel appear to each lover beside, but still be a woman to you. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 21. Immortality of Love by Robert Southey. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Immortality of love. They sin who tell us love can die. With life all other passions fly. All others are but vanity. In heaven ambition cannot dwell, nor avarice in the vaults of hell. Earthly these passions of the earth, they perish where they have their birth. But love is indestructible, its holy flame forever burneth. From heaven it came, to heaven returneth. Too oft on earth a troubled guest, at times deceived, at times oppressed. It here is tried and purified then hath in heaven its perfect rest. It soweth here with toil and care, but the harvest time of love is there. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
From The Angel in the House by Coventry Patmore. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. To heroism and holiness, how hard it is for man to soar, but how much harder to be less than what his mistress loves him for. He does with ease what do he must, or lose her, and there's naught debarred from him who's called to meet her trust, and credit her desired regard. Ah, wasteful woman, she that may on her sweet self set her own price, knowing he cannot choose but pay, how has she cheapened paradise? How given for naught her priceless gift? How spoiled the bread and spilled the wine, which, spent with due, respective thrift, had made brutes men, and men divine? O Queen, awake to thy renown, require what 'tis our wealth to give, and comprehend and wear the crown of thy despised prerogative. I, who in manhood's name at length with glad songs came to abdicate the gross regality of strength, must yet at this thy praise abate, that through thine erring humbleness and disregard of thy degree, mainly, has man been so much less than fits his fellowship with thee. High thoughts had shaped the foolish brow, the coward had grasped the hero's sword, the vilest had been great, hadst thou, just to thyself, been worth's reward. But lofty honours, undersold, seller and buyer both disgrace, and favour that makes folly bold puts out the light in virtue's face. Then to my room I went, and closed and locked the door, and cast myself down on my bed, and there with many a blissful tear I vowed to love, and prayed to wed the maiden who had grown so dear. Thanked God who had set her in my path, and promised, as I hoped to win, I never would sully my faith by the least selfishness or sin. Whatever in her sight I'd seem, I'd really be. I'd never blend with my delight in her a dream 'twould change her cheek to comprehend. And if she wished it, I'd prefer another's to my own success, and always seek the best for her with unofficious tenderness. Rising, I breathed a brighter clime, and found myself all self above, and with a charity sublime condemned not those who did not love. And I could not but feel that then I shone with something of her grace, and went forth to my fellow men, my commendation in my face. She was all mildness, yet 'twas writ upon her beauty legibly, "He that's for heaven itself unfit, let him not hope to merit me." And such a challenge, quite apart from thoughts of love, humbled, and thus to sweet repentance moved my heart, and made me more magnanimous, and led me to review my life, inquiring where in aught the least if question were of her for wife. Ill might be mended, hope increased, not that I soared so far above myself as this great hope to dare, and yet I half foresaw that love might hope where reason would despair. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Red, Red Rose by Robert Burns. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Oh, my love's like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June. Oh, my love's like the melody that's sweetly played in tune. As fair art thou, my bonny lass, so deep in love am I, and I will love thee still, my dear, till a' the seas gang dry. Till a' the seas gang dry, my dear, and the rocks melt with the sun. And I will love thee still, my dear, while the sands o' life shall run, and fare thee weel, my only love, and fare thee weel a while, and I will come again, my love, though it were 10,000 mile. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Drama by Percy Bysshe Shelley, recorded for LibriVox.org. He stood beside me, the embodied vision of the brightest dream, which like a dawn heralds the day of life. The shadow of his presence made my world a paradise. All familiar things he touched, all common words he spoke, became to me like forms and sounds of a diviner world. He was as is the sun in his fierce youth, as terrible and lovely as a tempest. He came, and went, and left me what I am. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Indian Serenade by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. I arise from dreams of thee in the first sweet sleep of night, when the winds are breathing low and the stars are shining bright. I arise from dreams of thee, and a spirit in my feet hath led me, who knows how, to the chamber window sweet. The wandering airs they faint on the dark, the silent stream, the tumpak odours fail, like sweet thoughts in a dream. The nightingale's complaint, it dies upon her heart, as I must die on thine, beloved as thou art. O lift me from the grass, I die, I faint, I fail. Let thy love in kisses rain on my lips and eyelids pale. My cheek is cold and white, alas, my heart beats loud and fast. O press it close to thine again, where it will break at last. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To Lucasta, On Going to the Wars, by Richard Lovelace, recorded for LibriVox.org. Tell me not, sweet, I am unkind, that from the nunnery of thy chaste breast and quiet mind, to war and arms I fly. True, a new mistress now I chase, the first foe in the field, and with a stronger faith embrace a sword, a horse, a shield. Yet this inconstancy is such as you too shall adore. I could not love thee, dear, so much, loved I not honor more. End of poem. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 24th of July, 2022. This recording is in the public domain.
"'Tis Sweet to Think" by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. 'Tis sweet to think that where'er we may rove, we are sure to find something blissful and dear, and that when we're far from the lips we love, we've but to make love to the lips we're near. The heart, like a tendril, accustomed to cling, let it grow where it will, cannot flourish alone, but will lean to the nearest and loveliest thing it can twine with itself and make closely its own. Then, oh, what pleasure, where'er we rove, to be sure to find something still that is dear, and to know when far from the lips we love, we've but to make love to the lips we're near. 'Twere a shame when flowers around us rise to make light of the rest, if the rose isn't there, and the world so rich in resplendent eyes, 'twere a pity to limit one's love to a pair. Love's wing and the peacock's are nearly alike. They are both of them bright, but they're changeable too, and wherever a new beam of beauty can strike, it will tincture love's plume with a different hue. Then oh, what pleasure, where'er we rove, to be sure to find something still that is dear, and to know when far from the lips we love, we've but to make love to the lips we are near. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Evening Time by A.C.C. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Read by Lore. Together we walked in the evening time. Above us the sky spread golden and clear, and he bent his head and looked in my eyes, as if he held me up all most dear. Oh, it was sweet in the evening time. Grayer the light grew and grayer still. The rooks flitted home through the purple shade. The nightingale sang where the thorn stood high, as I walked with him in the woodland glade. Oh, it was sweet in the evening time. And our pathway went through fields of wheat. Narrow that path and rough the way, but he was near, and the birds sang true, and the stars came out in the twilight gray. Oh, it was sweet in the evening time. Softly he spoke of the days long past, softly of blessed days to be. Close to his arm and closer I pressed. The cornfield path was Eden to me. Oh, it was sweet in the evening time. And the latest gleams of daylight died. My hand in his enfolded lay. We swept the dew from the wheat as we passed, for narrower, narrower wound the way. Oh, it was sweet in the evening time. He looked in the depths of my eyes and said, sorrow and gladness will come for us, sweet, but together we'll walk through the fields of life, close as we walked through the fields of wheat. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lines by William Wordsworth. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Let other bards of angels sing, bright suns without a spot, but thou art no such perfect thing. Rejoice that thou art not. Heed not though none should call thee fair, so merry let it be, if naught in loveliness compare with what thou art to me. True beauty dwells in deep retreats, whose veil is unremoved, till heart with heart in concord beats, and the lover is beloved. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Eros by Ralph Waldo Emerson. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Read by Natalie Carrera. The sense of the world is short, long and various the report. To love and to be beloved, men and gods have not outlearned it. And how of sore they've turned it, 'tis not to be improved. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Daydream by Alfred Tennyson. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Read by Natalie Carrera. And on her lover's arm she leant, and round her waist she felt it fold, and far across the hills they went, in that new world which is the old. Across the hills and far away, beyond their utmost purple rim, and deep into the dying day, the happy princess followed him. I'd sleep another 100 years, O love, for such another kiss. O wake forever, love, she hears. O love, 'twas such as this and this. And o'er them many a sliding star, and many a merry wind was born, and streamed through many a golden bar. The twilight melted into morn. O eyes long laid in happy sleep! O happy sleep that lightly fled! O happy kiss that woke thy sleep! O love, thy kiss would wake the dead! And o'er them many a flowing range of vapour buoyed the crescent bark, and wrapped through many a rosy change the twilight died into the dark. 100 summers, can it be? And whither goest thou? Tell me where? O seek my father's court with me, for there are greater wonders there. And o'er the hills and far away, beyond their utmost purple rim, beyond the night, across the day, through all the world she followed him. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Flower of Dunblane by Robert Tannahill. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. The flower of Dunblane. The sun has gained down o'er the lofty Ben Lomond, and left the red clouds to preside o'er the scene, while lamely I stray in the calm summer gloaming, to muse on sweet Jessie, the flower of Dunblane. How sweet is the briar with its south folding blossom, and sweet is the birk with its mantle of green. Yet sweeter and fairer and dear to this bosom is lovely young Jessie, the flower of Dunblane. She's modest as only, and blithe as she's bonny, for guileless simplicity makes her its aim, and far be the villain, divested of feeling, weighed blithe in its bloom, the sweet flower of Dunblane. Sing on, thou sweet mavis, thy hymn to the evening. Thou art dear to echoes of Calderwood Glen. Say dear to this bosom, say artless and winning, is charming young Jessie, the flower of Dunblane. How lost were my days till I met with my Jessie! The sports of the city seemed foolish and vain. I ne'er saw a nymph I would ca' my dear lassie, till charmed with sweet Jessie, the flower of Dunblane. Though mine were a station of loftiest grandeur, amidst its profusion I'd languish in pain, and reckon as nothing the height of its splendour, if wanting sweet Jessie, the flower of Dunblane. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
When Stars Are in the Quiet Skies by Edward Bulwer, recorded for LibriVox.org. When stars are in the quiet skies, then most I pine for thee. Bend on me then thy tender eyes, as stars look on the sea. For thoughts, like waves that glide by night, are stillest when they shine. Mine earthly love lies hushed in light beneath the heaven of thine. There is an hour when angels keep familiar watch o'er men, when coarser souls are wrapped in sleep. Sweet Spirit, meet me then. There is an hour when holy dreams through slumber fairest glide, and in that mystic hour it seems thou shouldst be at my side. My thoughts of thee too sacred are for daylight's common beam. I can but know thee as my star, my angel, and my dream. When stars are in the quiet skies, then most I pine for thee. Bend on me then thy tender eyes, as stars look on the sea. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Love's Thread of Gold by Jean Ingelow. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Nancy Beard. In the night she told a story, in the night and all night through, while the moon was in her glory, and the branches dropped with dew. 'Twas my life she told, and round it rose the years as from a deep. In the world's great heart she found it, cradled like a child asleep. In the night I saw her weaving, by the misty moonbeam cold, all the weft her shuttle cleaving, with a sacred thread of gold. Ah, she wept me tears of sorrow, lulling tears so mystic sweet. Then she wove my last tomorrow, and her web lay at my feet. Of my life she made the story. I must weep, so soon 'twas told. But your name did lend it glory, and your love its thread of gold. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Millet's Huguenot by London Spectator. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. To H, playing one of Mendelssohn's Lieder ohne Wörter. Your favourite picture rises up before me whene'er you play that tune. I see two figures standing in a garden in the still August noon. One is a girl's with pleading face turned upward, wild with great alarm. Trembling with haste, she binds her broidered kerchief about the other's arm, whose face is bent on her with tender pity, whose eyes look into hers with a deep meaning, though she cannot read it. Hers are so dim with tears. What are they saying in the sunny garden, with summer flowers ablow? What gives the woman's voice its passionate pleading? What makes the man's so low? See, love, she murmurs, you shall wear my kerchief. It is the badge I know, and it shall bear you safely through the conflict, if, indeed you go. You will not wear it, will not wear my kerchief? Nay, do not tell me why. I will not listen. If you go without it, you will go hence to die. Hush, do not answer. It is death, I tell you. Indeed, I speak the truth. You standing there so warm with life and vigour, so bright with health and youth. You would go hence out of the glowing sunshine, out of the garden's bloom, out of the living, thinking, feeling present, into the unknown gloom. Then he makes answer, hush, oh hush, my darling, life is so sweet to me, so full of hope, you need not bid me guard it, if such a thing might be. If such a thing might be, but not through falsehood, I could not come to you. I dare not stand here in your pure sweet presence, knowing myself untrue. It is no sin, the wild voice interrupts him. This is no open strife. Have you not often dreamt a nobler warfare, in which to spend your life? Oh, for my sake, though but for my sake, wear it. Think what my life would be, if you who gave it first true worth and meaning were taken now from me. Think of the long, long days so slowly passing, think of the endless years. I am so young, must I live out my lifetime with neither hopes nor fears? He speaks again in mournful tones and tender, but with unswerving faith. Should not love make us braver, aye, and stronger, either for life or death? And life is hardest, O my love, my treasure. If I could bear your part of this great sorrow, I would go to meet it with an unshrinking heart. Child, child, I little dreamt in that bright summer, when first your love I sought, of all the future store of woe and anguish which I, unknowing, wrought. But you'll forgive me, yes, you will forgive me, I know, when I am dead. I would have loved you, but words have scant meaning. God loves you now instead. And there is silence in the sunny garden, until with faltering tone she sobs, the while still clinging closer to him. Forgive me, go, my own. So human love and faith by death unshaken mingle their glorious psalm, albeit low, until the passionate pleading is hushed in deepest calm. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Good Night by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Good night? No, love, the night is ill, which severs those it should unite. Let us remain together still, then it will be good night. How were the night without thee good, though thy sweet wishes wing its flight? Be it not said, thought, understood, then it will be good night. The hearts that on each other beat, from evening close to morning light, have nights as good as they are sweet, but never say good night. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hearts by Adelaide Ann Proctor. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Izzy Barbieri. A trinket made like a heart, dear, of red gold, bright and fine, was given to me for a keepsake, given to me for mine. And another heart warm and tender, as true as a heart could be, and every throb that stirred it, was always and all for me. Sailing over the waters, watching the far blue land, I dropped my golden heart, dear, dropped it out of my hand. It lies in the cold blue waters, fathoms and fathoms deep, the golden heart which I promised to prize and keep. Gazing at life's bright visions, so false and fair and new, I forgot the other heart, dear, forgot it and lost it too. I might seek that heart forever, I might seek and seek in vain, and for one short careless hour I pay with a life of pain. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Heart for Everyone by Charles Swain. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. A heart for everyone. Oh, there's a heart for everyone. If everyone could find it, then up and seek ere youth is gone. Whatever the toll, ne'er mind it. For if you chance to meet at last with that one heart intended to be a blessing unsurpassed till life itself is ended, how would you prize the labor done? How grieve if you resigned it? For there's a heart for everyone, if everyone could find it. Two hearts are made, the angels say, to suit each other dearly, but each one takes a different way, a way not found so clearly. Yet though we seek and seek for years, the pains are worth the taking, for what the life of home endears, like hearts of angels making. Then haste and guard the treasure now, when fondly you've enshrined it, for there's a heart for everyone, if everyone could find it. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
I Waited Till the Twilight by Charles Swain. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Read by Lore. I waited till the twilight, and yet he did not come. I strayed along the brookside and slowly wandered home, when who should come behind me but him I would have chid. He said he came to find me. Do you really think he did? He said since last we parted, he'd thought of naught so sweet as of this very moment, the moment we should meet. He showed me where, half shaded, a cottage home lay hid. He said for me he'd made it. Do you really think he did? He said when first he saw me, life seemed at once divine. Each night he dreamed of angels, and every face was mine. Sometimes a voice in sleeping would all his hopes forbid, and then he'd waken weeping. Do you really think he did? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Rest from All the Year Round. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Rest, love, give me one of thy dear hands to hold. Take thou my tired head upon thy breast, then sing me that sweet song we loved of old. The dear soft song about our little nest. We knew the song before the nest was ours. We sang the song when first the nest we found. We loved the song in happy after hours, when peace came to us and content profound. Then sing that olden song to me tonight, while I, reclining on thy faithful breast, see happy visions in the fair firelight, and my whole soul is satisfied with rest. Better than all our bygone dreams of bliss, our deep content and rest secure as this. What though we missed love's golden summer time? His autumn fruits were ripe when we had leave to enter joy's wide vineyard in our prime, good guerdon for our waiting to receive. Love gave us no frail pledge of summer flowers, but side by side we reap the harvest field. Now side by side we pass the winter hours, and day by day new blessings are revealed. The heyday of our youth, its roseate glow, its high desires and cravings manifold. The raptures and delights of long ago have passed, but we have truer joys to hold. Sing me the dear old song about the nest, our blessed home, our little ark of rest. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Twin Stars Aloft by Charles Kingsley. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Twin stars aloft in ether clear, around each other roll away, within one common atmosphere of their own mutual light and day. And myriad happy eyes are bent upon their changeless love away. As strengthened by their one intent, they pour the flood of life and day. So we, through this world's waning night, shall hand in hand pursue our way, shed round us order, love, and light, and shine unto the perfect day. Charles Kingsley. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Love Took Me Softly by the Hand by Anonymous. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Lore. Love took me softly by the hand. Love led me all the country o'er, and showed me beauty in the land that I had never seen before. Never before, never before. Oh, love, sweet love. There was a glory in the morn, there was a calmness in the night, a mildness in the south wind born, that I have never felt aright. Never aright, never aright. Oh, love, sweet love. But now it cannot pass away. I feel it wheresoever I go, and in my heart by night and day its gladness moveth to and fro. By night and day, by night and day. Oh, love, sweet love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Song, Nay But You by Robert Browning. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Song 1. Nay, but you who do not love her, is she not pure gold, my mistress? Holds earth aught, speak truth, above her? Aught like this tress, see, and this tress, and this last fairest tress of all, so fair, see, ere I let it fall. 2. Because you spend your lives in praising, to praise you search the wide world over, then why not witness, calmly gazing, if earth holds aught, speak truth, above her? Above this tress, and this I touch, but cannot praise, I love so much. Robert Browning. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Song by Jean Ingelow. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Sandra. When sparrows build and the leaves break forth, my old sorrow wakes and cries, for I know there is dawn in the far, far north, and a scarlet sun doth rise. Like a scarlet fleece the snowfield spreads, and the icy founts run free, and the bergs begin to bow their heads and plunge and sail in the sea. Oh, my lost love, and my own love, and my love that loved me so! Is there never a chink in the world above, where they listen for words from below? Nay, I spoke once, and I grieved thee sore. I remember all that I said, and now wilt thou hear me no more, no more, till the sea gives up her dead. Thou didst set thy foot on the ship, and sail to the ice fields and the snow. Thou wert sad, for thy love did not avail, and the end I could not know. How could I tell I should love thee today, whom that day I held not dear? How could I know I should love thee away, when I did not love thee anear? We shall walk no more through the sodden plain with the faded bents o'erspread. We shall stand no more by the seething main while the dark wrack drives o'erhead. We shall part no more in the wind and the rain where thy last farewell was said. But perhaps I shall meet thee and know thee again when the sea gives up her dead. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Destiny by Edwin Arnold. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Somewhere there waiteth in this world of ours for one lone soul another lonely soul, each choosing each through all the weary hours, and meeting strangely at one sudden goal. Then blend they, like green leaves with golden flowers, into one beautiful and perfect whole, and life's long night is ended, and the way lies open onward to eternal day. End of poem. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 24th of July, 2022. This recording is in the public domain.
Light by Francis W. Bourdillon. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Lore. The night has 1,000 eyes, and the day but one. Yet the light of the bright world dies with the dying sun. The mind has 1,000 eyes, and the heart but one. Yet the light of a whole life dies when love is done. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Cupid's Arrow by Eliza Cook. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Izzy Barbieri. Young Cupid went storming to Vulcan one day, and besought him to look at his arrow. "'Tis useless," he cried, "you must mend it, I say. 'Tisn't fit to let fly at a sparrow. There's something that's wrong in the shaft or the dart, for it flutters quite false to my aim. 'Tis an age since it fairly went home to a heart, and the world really jests at my name. I have straightened, I've bent, I've tried all, I declare. I've perfumed it with sweetest of sighs. 'Tis feathered with ringlets my mother might wear, and the barb gleams with light from young eye. But it falls without touching, I'll break it, I vow, for there's Hymen beginning to pout. He's complaining his torch beams so dull and so low, that Zephyr might puff it right out." Little Cupid went on with his pitiful tale, till Vulcan the weapon restored. "There, take it, young sir, try it now. If it fail, I will ask neither fee nor reward." The urchin shot out, and rare havoc he made. The wounded and dead were untold. But no wonder the rogue had such slaughtering trade, for the arrow was laden with gold. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Two Lovers by George Eliot. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Two lovers by a moss-grown spring, they leaned soft cheeks together there, mingled the dark and sunny hair, and heard the wooing thrushes sing. O budding time, O love's blessed prime! Two wedded from the portal stepped, the bells made happy carolings, the air was soft as fanning wings, white petals on the pathway slept. O pure-eyed bride, O tender pride! Two faces o'er a cradle bent, two hands above the head were locked, these pressed each other while they rocked, those watched a life that love had sent. O solemn hour! O hidden power! Two parents by the evening fire, the red light fell about their knees, on heads that rose by slow degrees like buds upon the lily spire. O patient life, O tender strife! The two still sat together there. The red light shone about their knees, but all the heads by slow degrees had gone and left that lonely pair. O voyage fast, O vanished past! The red light shone upon the floor, and made the space between them wide. They drew their chairs up side by side, their pale cheeks joined, and said once more, O memories, O past that is! End of poem. Read by Henry K. Noble in Washington, D.C. on July 15th, 2022. This recording is in the public domain.
The Low-Backed Car by Samuel Lover. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Sandra. When first I saw sweet Peggy, 'twas on a market day. A low-backed car she drove, and sat upon a truss of hay. But when that hay was blooming grass and decked with flowers of spring, no flower was there that could compare with the blooming girl I sing. As she sat in the low-backed car, the man at the turnpike bar never asked for the toll, but just rubbed his old pole and looked after the low-backed car. In battle's wild commotion, the proud and mighty Mars, with hostile scythes, demands his tithes of death in warlike cars, while Peggy, peaceful goddess, has darts in her bright eye that knock men down in the market town as right and left they fly, while she sits in her low-backed car. Than battle more dangerous far, for the doctor's art cannot cure the heart that is hit from that low-backed car. Sweet Peggy, round her car, sir, has strings of ducks and geese, but the scores of hearts she slaughters by far outnumber these, while she among her poultry sits, just like a turtle-dove, well worth the cage I do engage of the blooming god of love. While she sits in her low-backed car, the lovers come near and far, and envy the chicken that Peggy is pickin' as she sits in her low-backed car. Oh, I'd rather own that car, sir, with Peggy by my side, than a coach and four, and gold galore, and a lady for my bride. For a lady would sit forninst me, on a cushion made with taste, while Peggy would sit beside me, with my arm around her waist, while we drove in the low-backed car to be married by Father Mahar. Oh, my heart would beat high at her glance and her sigh, though it beat in a low-backed car. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Come into the Garden Mould by Alfred Lord Tennyson. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Come into the garden, Maud, for the black bat night has flown. Come into the garden, Maud, I am here at the gate alone. And the woodbine spices are wafted abroad, and the musk of the roses blown. For a breeze of morning moves, and the planet of love is on high, beginning to faint in the light that she loves, on a bed of daffodil sky. To faint in the light of the sun she loves, to faint in his light and to die. All night have the roses heard the flute, violin, bassoon. All night has the casement jessamine stirred to the dancers dancing in tune, till a hush fell on the waking bird, and a hush with the setting moon. I said to the lily, there is but one with whom she has heart to be gay. When will the dancers leave her alone? She is weary of dance and play. Now half of the setting moon are gone, and half of the rising day. Low on the sand and loud on the stone, the last wheel echoes away. I said to the rose, the brief night goes in babble and revel and wine. O young Lord Lover, what sighs are those for one that will never be thine? But mine, but mine. So I swear to the rose, for ever and ever mine. And the soul of the rose went into my blood, as the music clashed in the hall, and long by the garden lake I stood, for I heard your rivulet fall. From the lake to the meadow and on to the wood, our wood that is dearer than all. From the meadow your walks have left so sweet, that whenever a March wind sighs, he sets the jewel print of your feet in violets blue as your eyes, to the woody hollow in which we meet, and the valleys of paradise. The slender acacia would not shake one long milk bloom on the tree, the white lake blossom fell into the lake, as the pimpernel dozed on the lea. But the rose was awake all night for your sake, knowing your promise to me. The lilies and roses were all awake, they sighed for the dawn and thee. Queen Rose of the rosebud garden of girls, come hither, the dances are done. In gloss of satin and glimmer of pearls, Queen Lily and Rose in one. Shine out, little head, sunning over with curls, to the flowers and be their sun. There has fallen a splendid tear from the passion flower at the gate. She is coming, my dove, my dear. She is coming, my life, my fate. The red rose cries, she is near, she is near, and the white rose weeps, she is late. The larkspur listens, I hear, I hear, and the lily whispers, I wait. She is coming, my own, my sweet. Were it ever so airy a tread, my heart would hear her and beat. Were it earth in an earthy bed, my dust would hear her and beat. Had I lain for a century dead, would start and tremble under her feet, and blossom in purple and red. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Sonnets by Christina Rossetti. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Era giallora che volge il desio. Dante. Ricorro al tempo ch'io vi vidi prima. Petrarca. I wish I could remember that first day, first hour, first moment of your meeting me. If bright or dim the season, it might be summer or winter, for aught I can say. So unrecorded did it slip away, so blind was I to see and to foresee, so dull to mark the budding of my tree, that would not blossom yet for many a May. If only I could recollect it, such a day of days, I let it come and go, as traceless as a thaw of bygone snow. It seemed to mean so little, meant so much. If only now I could recall that touch, first touch of hand in hand, did one but know. I drizzerimo gli occhi al primo amore. Dante. Ma trovo peso non dalle mie braccia. Petrarca. I could trust mine own self with your fate. Shall I not rather trust it in God's hand, without whose will one lily doth not stand, nor sparrow fall at his appointed date? Who numbereth the innumerable sand? Who weighs the wind and water with a weight? To whom the world is neither small nor great, whose knowledge foreknew every plan we planned? Searching my heart for all that touches you, I find there only love and love's good will. helpless to help and impotent to do, of understanding dull, of sight most dim. And therefore I commend you back to Him, whose love your love's capacity can fill. Amor, che nella mente mi ragiona. Dante. Amor vien nel bel viso di costai. Petrarca. If there be any one can take my place, and make you happy whom I grieve to grieve, think not that I can grudge it, but believe I do commend you to that nobler grace, that readier wit than mine, that sweeter face. Yea, since your riches make me rich, conceive, I too am crowned, while bridal crowns I weave, and thread the bridal dance with jocund pace. For if I did not love you, it might be that I should grudge you some one dear delight. But since the heart is yours that was mine own, your pleasure is my pleasure, right my right. Your honourable freedom makes me free, and you companioned, I am not alone. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Because by Adelaide Ann Proctor, recorded for LibriVox.org. It is not because your heart is mine, mine only, mine alone. It is not because you chose me, weak and lonely, for your own. Not because the earth is fairer and the skies spread above you are more radiant for the shining of your eyes, that I love you. It is not because the world's perplexed meaning grows more clear, and the parapets of heaven with angels leaning seem more near, and nature sings of praise with all her voices since yours spoke, since within my silent heart that now rejoices, love awoke. Nay, not even because your hand holds heart and life at your will, soothing, hushing all its discord, making strife calm and still, teaching trust to fold her wings nor ever roam from her nest, teaching love that her securest, safest home must be rest. But because this human love, though true and sweet, yours and mine, has been sent by love more tender, more complete, more divine, that it leads our hearts to rest at last in heaven far above you, do I take you as a gift that God has given, and I love you. End of poem. Read by Henry K. Noble in Washington, D.C., August 2nd, 2022. This recording is in the public domain.
The Banks of Doon by Robert Burns, recorded for LibriVox.org. Ye banks and braes o' bonny Doon, how can ye bloom sae fresh and fair? How can ye chant, ye little birds, and I sae weary, fu' o' care? Thou'lt break my heart, thou warbling bird, that wantons through the flowering thorn. Thou minds me o' departed joys, departed, never to return. Oft hae I roved by bonny Doon, to see the rose and woodbine twine, and ilka bird sang o' its luve, unfondly said did I o' mine. With lightsome heart I pu'd a rose, fu' sweet upon its thorny tree, and my house lover stole my rose, but he left the thorn with me. End of poem. Read by Carrie Adams, your book boys, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 29th of July, 2022. This recording is in the public domain. I Love My Jean by Robert Burns, recorded for LibriVox.org. The arrets the wind can blaw, I dearly loathe the west, for there the bonny lass lives, the lass that I lo'e best. There wild woods grow and rivers row, wi' mony a hill between. But day and night my fancy's flight is ever with my Jean. I see her in the dewy flowers, sae lovely, sweet, and fair. I hear her voice in ilka bird, wi' music charm the air. There is not a bonny flower that springs by fountain, shaw, or green. There is not a bonny bird that sings, but minds me o' my Jean. End of poem. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 30th of July, 2022. This recording is in the public domain.
A Valediction by Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. God be with thee, my beloved, God be with thee, else alone thou goest forth, thy face unto the north, moor and pleasance all around thee and beneath thee, looking equal in one snow, while I, who try to reach thee, vainly follow, with the farewell and the hullo, and cannot reach thee so. Alas, I can but teach thee. God be with thee, my beloved, God be with thee. Can I teach thee, my beloved? Can I teach thee? If I said, go left or right, the counsel would be light, the wisdom poor of all that could enrich thee. My right would show like left, my raising would depress thee. My choice of light would blind thee, of way would leave behind thee, of end would leave bereft. Alas, I can but bless thee. May God teach thee, my beloved, may God teach thee. Can I bless thee, my beloved? Can I bless thee? What blessing word can I from mine own tears keep dry? What flowers grow in my field wherewith to dress thee? My good reverts to ill, my calmnesses would move thee, my softnesses would prick thee, my bindings up would break thee, my crownings curse and kill. Alas, I can but love thee. May God bless thee, my beloved, may God bless thee. Can I love thee, my beloved? Can I love thee? And is this like love, to stand with no help in my hand, when strong as death I fain would watch above thee? My love kiss can deny no tear that falls beneath it. Mine oath of love can swear thee from no ill that comes near thee, and thou diest while I breathe it, and I can but die. May God love thee, my beloved, may God love thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Chain by Adelaide Ann Proctor, recorded for LibriVox.org. The bond that links our souls together, will it last through stormy weather? Will it moulder and decay as the long hours pass away? Will it stretch if fate divide us when dark and weary hours have tried us? Oh, if it look too poor and slight, let us break the links tonight. It was not forged by mortal hands, or clasped with golden bars and bands. Save thine and mine, no other eyes the slender link can recognize. In the bright light it seems to fade, and it is hidden in the shade, while heaven nor earth have never heard or solemn vow or blighted word. Yet what no mortal hand could make, no mortal power can ever break. What words or vows could never do, no words or vows can make untrue. And if to other hearts unknown the dearer and the more our own, because too sacred and divine for other eyes save thine and mine. And see, though slender it is made of love and trust, and can they fade? While, if too slight it seem to bear the breathings of the summer air, we know that it could bear the weight of a most heavy heart of late, and as each day an hour flew, the stronger for its burden grew. And, too, we know and feel again, it has been sanctified by pain, for what God deigns to try with sorrow, he means not to decay tomorrow, but through that fiery trial at last, when earthly ties and bonds are past, what slighter things dare not endure will make our love more safe and pure. Love shall be purified by pain, and pain be soothed by love again. So let us now take heart and go cheerfully on through joy and woe. No change the summer sun can bring, or the inconstant skies of spring, or the bleak winter's stormy weather, for we shall meet them, love, together. End of poem. Read by Henry K. Noble in Washington, D.C., July 28, 2022. This recording is in the public domain. Love Wakes and Weeps by Sir Walter Scott. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Love wakes and weeps while beauty sleeps. Oh, for music's softest numbers to prompt a theme for beauty's dream, soft as the pillow of her slumbers. Through groves of palm sigh gales of balm, fireflies on the air are wheeling, while through the gloom comes soft perfume, the distant beds of flowers revealing. Oh, wake and live! No dreams can give a shadowed bliss the real excelling. No longer sleep, from lattice peep, and list the tale that love is telling. End of poem, recorded by Henry K. Noble in Washington, D.C. on July 28, 2022. This recording is in the public domain. In 3 Days by Robert Browning, recorded for LibriVox.org. So I shall see her in 3 days, and just one night, but nights are short. Then 2 long hours, and that is morn. See how I come, unchanged, unworn. Feel where my life broke off from thine, how fresh the splinters keep, and fine, only a touch, and we combine. Too long this time of year the days, but nights at least, the nights are short. As night shows where her one moon is, a hand's breadth of pure light and bliss, so life's night gives my lady birth, and my eyes hold her. What is worth the rest of heaven, the rest of earth? O loaded curls, release your store of warmth and scent, as once before the tingling hair did lights and darks, out breaking into fairy sparks. When under curl and curl I pried, after the warmth and scent inside. Through lights and darks, how manyfold the dark inspired, the light controlled, as early art embrowns the gold. What great fear, should one say, 3 days that change the world might change as well your fortune, and if joy delays, be happy that no worse befell. What small fear, if another says, 3 days and 1 short night beside may throw no shadow on your ways, but years must turn with change untried, with chance not easily defied, with an end somewhere undescried. No fear, or if a fear be born, this minute it dies out in scorn. Fear? I shall see her in 3 days, and 1 night, and now the nights are short, then just 2 hours, and that is morn. End of poem. Read by Henry K. Noble in Washington, D.C., July 15th, 2022. This recording is in the public domain.
The Bonny Wee Thing by Robert Burns, recorded for LibriVox.org. Bonny wee thing, canny wee thing, lovely wee thing, wast thou mine. I would wear thee in my bosom, lest my jewel I should tine. Wistfully I look and languish in that bonny face of thine, and my heart, it stowns wi' anguish, lest my wee thing be na mine. Wit and grace and love and beauty in a constellation shine. To adore thee is my duty, goddess o' the soul o' mine. Bonny wee thing, canny wee thing, lovely wee thing, wast thou mine. I would wear thee in my bosom, lest my jewel I should tine. End of poem. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 30th of July, 2022. This recording is in the public domain.
Annie Laurie by Douglas of Finland. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Maxwelton braes are bonny, where early fa's the dew, and it's there that Annie Laurie gied me her promise true. Gied me her promise true, which ne'er forgot will be. And for bonny Annie Laurie, I'd lay me down and die. Her brow is like the snowdrift, her throat is like the swan, her face it is the fairest that e'er the sun shone on, that e'er the sun shone on, and dark blue is her ee, and for bonny Annie Laurie, I'd lay me down and die. Like dew on the gowan lying is the fa' o' her fairy feet, and like the wind in summer sighing, her voice is low and sweet. Her voice is low and sweet, and she's a' the world to me, and for bonny Annie Laurie, I'd lay me down and die. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
I'll Never Love Thee More by James Graham, Marquis of Montrose. Recorded for LibriVox.org. My dear and only love, I pray that little world of thee be governed by no other sway than purest monarchy. For if confusion have a part which virtuous souls abhor, and hold a synod in thy heart, I'll never love thee more. As Alexander I will reign, and I will reign alone. My thoughts did evermore disdain a rival on my throne. He either fears his fate too much, or his deserts are small, who dares not put it to the touch, to gain or lose it all. But I will reign and govern still, and always give the law, and have each subject at my will, and all to stand in awe. But 'gainst my batteries if I find thou storm or vex me sore, as if thou set me as a blind, I'll never love thee more. And in the empire of thy heart, where I should solely be, if others do pretend a part, or dare to share with me, or committees if thou erect, or go on such a score, I'll smiling mock at thy neglect and never love thee more. But if no faithless action stain thy love and constant word, I'll make thee famous by my pen and glorious by my sword. I'll serve thee in such noble ways as ne'er was known before. I'll deck and crown thy head with bays and love thee more and more. End of poem. Read by Henry K. Noble in Washington, D.C., July 15th, 2022. This recording is in the public domain.
Rosalind's Madrigal by Thomas Lodge. Recorded for LibriVox by Doty. Love in my bosom like a bee doth suck his sweet. Now with his wings he plays with me, now with his feet. Within mine eyes he makes his nest, his bed amidst my tender breast. My kisses are his daily feast, and yet he robs me of my rest. Ah, wanton will ye? And if I sleep, then percheth he with pretty flight, and makes his pillow of my knee the livelong night. Strike I my lute, he tunes the string, he music plays, if so I sing. He lends me every lovely thing, yet cruel he my heart doth sting. Whist, wanton, still ye! Else I with roses every day will whip you hence, and blind you when you long to play for your offence. I'll shut mine eyes to keep you in, I'll make you fast it for your sin. I'll count your power not worth a pin. Alas, what hereby shall I win, if he gainsay me? What if I beat the wanton boy with many a rod? He will repay me with annoy, because a god. Then sit thou safely on my knee, and let thy bower my bosom be. Lurk in mine eyes, I like of thee. O Cupid, so thou pity me, spare not, but play thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Pat Clouds Away by Thomas Haywood. Recorded for LibriVox by Doty. Pat clouds away, and welcome day. With night we banish sorrow. Sweet air, blow soft, mount lark aloft, to give my love good morrow. Wings from the wind to please her mind, notes from the lark I'll borrow. Bird, prune thy wing, nightingale, sing, to give my love good morrow. To give my love good morrow, notes from them all I'll borrow. Wake from thy nest, robin redbreast, sing birds in every furrow, and from each bill let music shrill. Give my fair love good morrow. Blackbird and thrush in every bush, stare, linnet and cocksparrow, you pretty elves, amongst yourselves, sing my fair love good morrow. To give my love good morrow, sing birds in every furrow. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Song Ask Me No More by Thomas Carew. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Carl Hicks. Ask me no more where Jove bestows, when June is past, the fading rose. For in your beauty's orient deep these flowers as in their causes sleep. Ask me no more whither do stray the golden atoms of the day, for in pure love heaven did prepare those powders to enrich your hair. Ask me no more whither doth hast the nightingale when May is past, for in your sweet dividing throat she winter, and keeps warm her note. Ask me no more if east or west the phoenix builds her spicy nest, for unto you at last she flies, and in your fragrant bosom dies. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Passionate Shepherd to His Love by Christopher Marlowe. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Come live with me and be my love, and we will all the pleasures prove that hill and valley, grove and field, and all the craggy mountains yield. And we will sit upon the rocks, seeing the shepherds feed their flocks, by shallow rivers, to whose falls melodious birds sing madrigals. And I will make thee beds of roses, and 1,000 fragrant posies, a cap of flowers, and a kirtle, embroidered all with leaves of myrtle. A gown made of the finest wool, which from our pretty lambs we pull, fair lined slippers for the cold, with buckles of the purest gold. A belt of straw and ivy buds, with coral clasps and amber studs. And if these pleasures may thee move, come live with me and be my love. The shepherd swains shall dance and sing for thy delight each May morning. If these delights thy mind may move, come live with me and be my love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Move Eastward, Happy Earth by Alfred Tennyson. Read by Greg Giordano. Move eastward, happy earth, and leave yon orange sunset waning slow from fringes of the faded eve. Oh, happy planet, eastward go, till over thy dark shoulder glow thy silver sister world, and rise to glass herself in dewy eyes that watch me from the glen below. Ah, bear me with thee lightly borne, dip forward under starry light, and move me to my marriage morn, and round again to happy night. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Serenade by William Makepeace Thackeray. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Jennifer Painter. Now the toils of day are over, and the sun hath sunk to rest, seeking, like a fiery lover, the bosom of the blushing west. The faithful night keeps watch and ward, raising the moon her silver shield, and summoning the stars to guard the slumbers of my fair Mathilde. The faithful night! Now all things lie hid by her mantle dark and dim. In pious hope I hither hie, and humbly chant mine evening hymn. Thou art my prayer, my saint, my shrine, for never holy pilgrim kneeled or wept at feet more pure than thine, my virgin love, my sweet Mathilde. End of poem. Read by Jennifer Painter. This recording is in the public domain.
My Star by Robert Browning. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Izzy Barbieri. All that I know of a certain star is, it can throw, like an angled spar, now a dart of red, now a dart of blue, till my friends have said, they would fain see too, my star that dartles the red and the blue. Then it stops like a bird, like a flower hangs furled. They must solace themselves with the Saturn above it. What matter to me if their star is a world? Mine has opened its soul to me, therefore I love it. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
When Thou Art Near Me by Lady John Scott. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Lore. When thou art near me, sorrow seems to fly, and then I think, as well I may, that on this earth there is no one more blessed than I. But when thou leav'st me, doubts and fears arise, and darkness reigns where all before was light. The sunshine of my soul is in those eyes, and when they leave me, all the world is night. But when thou art near me, sorrow seems to fly, And then I feel, as well I may, that on this earth there dwells not one so blessed as I. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
One Morning, Oh So Early, by Jean Ingelow. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Sandra. One morning, oh so early, my beloved, my beloved, all the birds were singing blithely as if never they would cease. 'Twas a thrush sang in my garden, hear the story, hear the story. And the lark sang, give us glory. And the dove said, give us peace. Then I listened, oh so early, my beloved, to that murmur from the woodland of the dove, my dear, the dove. When the nightingale came after, give us fame to sweeten duty. When the wren sang, give us beauty, she made answer, give us love. Sweet is spring, and sweet the morning, my beloved, my beloved. Now for us doth spring, doth morning, wait upon the year's increase. And my prayer goes up, oh, give us, crowned in youth with marriage, glory. Give for all our lives' dear story. Give us love, and give us peace. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Before the Daybreak by Francis W. Bourdillon. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Jennifer Painter. Before the daybreak shines a star, that in the day's great glory fades. Too fiercely bright is the full light that her pale gleaming lamp upbraids. Before the daybreak sings a bird that stills her song ere morning light. Too loud for her is the day's stir, the woodland's thousand-tongued delight. Ah, great the honour is, to shine a light wherein no traveller errs, and rich the prize to rank divine among the world's loud choristers. But I would be that paler star, and I would be that lonelier bird, to shine with hope while hope's afar, and sing of love when love's unheard. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Warning by Adelaide Ann Proctor. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Jennifer Painter. Place your hands in mine, dear, with their rose-leaf touch. If you heed my warning, it will spare you much. Ah, with just such smiling, unbelieving eyes, years ago I heard it. You shall be more wise. You have one great treasure, joy for all your life. Do not let it perish in one reckless strife. Do not venture all, child, in one frail, weak heart, so through any shipwreck you may save a part. Where your soul is tempted most to trust your fate, there, with double caution, linger, fear, and wait. Measure all you give, still counting what you take, love for love, so placing each an equal stake. Treasure love, though ready still to live without, in your fondest trust, keep just one thread of doubt. Build on no tomorrow, love has but today. If the links seem slackening, cut the bond away. Trust no prayer nor promise, words are grains of sand. To keep your heart unbroken, hold it in your hand. That your love may finish calm as it begun, learn this lesson better, dear, than I have done. Years hence, perhaps, this warning you shall give again, in just the self-same words, dear, and just as much in vain. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. To Mary by William Makepeace Thackeray. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Jennifer Painter. I seem in the midst of the crowd the lightest of all. My laughter rings cheery and loud in banquet and ball. My lip hath its smiles and its sneers for all men to see, but my soul and my truth and my tears are for thee, are for thee. Around me they flatter and fawn, the young and the old, the fairest are ready to pawn their hearts for my gold. They sue me, I laugh as I spurn the slaves at my knee, but in faith and in fondness I turn unto thee, unto thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Invitation by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Jennifer Painter. Best and brightest, come away, fairer far than this fair day, which, like thee, to those in sorrow comes to bid a sweet good morrow to the rough year just awake in its cradle on the brake. The brightest hour of unborn spring, through the winter wandering, found, it seems, the halcyon morn to hoar February born. Bending from heaven in azure mirth, it kissed the forehead of the earth, and smiled upon the silent sea, and bade the frozen streams be free, and waked to music all their fountains, and breathed upon the frozen mountains, and like a prophetess of May, strewed flowers upon the barren way, making the wintry world appear like one on whom thou smilest, dear. Away, away from men and towns, to the wild wood and the downs, to the silent wilderness, where the soul need not repress its music, lest it should not find an echo in another's mind, while the touch of nature's art harmonizes heart to heart. Radiant sister of the day, awake, arise, and come away, to the wild woods and the plains, to the pools where winter reigns, image all their roof of leaves, where the pine its garland weaves of sapless green and ivy dun, round stems that never kiss the sun, where the lawns and pastures be, and the sandhills of the sea, where the melting hoarfrost wets the daisy star that never sets, and windflowers and violets, which yet join not scent to hue, crown the pale year, weak and new. When the night is left behind in the deep east, dim and blind, and the blue noon is over us, and the multitudinous billows murmur at our feet, where the earth and ocean meet, and all things seem only one in the universal sun. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Miller's Daughter by Alfred Tennyson. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. It is the miller's daughter, and she is grown so dear that I would be the jewel that trembles at her ear. For hid in ringlets day and night, I touch her neck so warm and white. And I would be the girdle about her dainty, dainty waist, and her heart would beat against me in sorrow and in rest, and I should know if it beat right, I'd clasp it round so close and tight. And I would be the necklace, and all day long to fall and rise upon her balmy bosom, with her laughter or her sighs, and I would lie so light, I scarce should be unclasped at night. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Voice by the Cedar Tree by Alfred Tennyson. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. A voice by the cedar tree, in the meadow under the hall. She is singing an air that is known to me, a passionate ballad gallant and gay, a martial song like a trumpet's call. Singing alone in the morning of life, in the happy morning of life and of May. Singing of men that in battle array, ready in heart and ready in hand, march with banner and bugle and fife to the death for their native land. Maud, with her exquisite face and wild voice pealing up to the sunny sky, and feet like sunny gems on an English green. Maud in the light of her youth and her grace, singing of death and of honour that cannot die, till I well could weep for a time so sordid and mean, and myself so languid and base. Silence, beautiful voice, be still, for you only trouble the mind with a joy in which I cannot rejoice, a glory I shall not find. Still, I will hear you no more, for your sweetness hardly leaves me a choice, but to move to the meadow and fall before her feet on the meadow grass, and adore, not her who is neither courtly nor kind, not her, but a voice. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Divided by Jean Ingelow. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. 1. An empty sky, a world of heather, purple of foxglove, yellow of broom, we two among them wading together, shaking out honey, treading perfume. Crowds of bees are giddy with clover, crowds of grasshoppers skip at our feet. Crowds of larks at their matins hang over, thanking the Lord for a life so sweet. Flusheth the rise with her purple favour, gloweth the cleft with her golden ring. Twixt the two brown butterflies waver, lightly settle and sleepily swing. We two walk till the purple dieth, and short dry grass underfoot is brown. But one little streak at a distance lieth, green like a ribbon to prank the down. 2. Over the grass we stepped unto it, and God he knoweth how blithe we were, never a voice to bid us eschew it. Hey, the green ribbon that showed so fair! Hey, the green ribbon! We kneeled beside it, we parted the grasses dewy and sheen. Drop over drop there filtered and slided a tiny bright beck that trickled between. Tinkle, tinkle, sweetly it sung to us. Light was our talk as of fairy bells, fairy wedding bells, faintly rung to us down in their fortunate parallels. Hand in hand, while the sun peered over, we lapped the grass on that youngling spring, swept back its rushes, smoothed its clover, and said, "Let us follow it, westering." 3. A dapple sky, a world of meadows, circling above us the black rooks fly, forward, backward, lo, their dark shadows flit on the blossoming tapestry, flit on the beck, for her long grass parteth, as hair from a maid's bright eyes blown back. And lo, the sun like a lover darteth his flattering smile on her wayward track. Sing on, we sing in the glorious weather, till one steps over the tiny strand, so narrow, in sooth, that still together on either brink we go hand in hand. The beck grows wider, the hands must sever, on either margin our songs all done, we move apart, while she singeth ever, taking the course of the stooping sun. He prays, "Come over!" I may not follow. I cry, "Return!" but he cannot come. We speak, we laugh, but with voices hollow. Our hands are hanging, our hearts are numb. 4. A breathing sigh, a sigh for answer, a little talking of outward things. The careless beck is a merry dancer, keeping sweet time to the air she sings. A little pain when the beck grows wider. Cross to me now, for her wavelets swell. I may not cross, and the voice beside her faintly reacheth, though heeded well. No backward path, ah, no returning, no second crossing that ripple's flow. Come to me now, for the west is burning, come ere it darkens. Ah, no, ah, no. then cries of pain, and arms outreaching, the beck grows wider and swift and deep. Passionate words as of one beseeching, the loud beck drowns them. We walk and weep. 5. A yellow moon in splendor drooping, a tired queen with her state oppressed, low by rushes and sword-grass stooping, lies she soft on the waves at rest. The desert heavens have felt her sadness, her earth will weep her some dewy tears. The wild beck ends her tune of gladness and goeth stilly, as soul that fears. We two walk on in our grassy places on either marge of the moonlit flood, with the moon's own sadness in our faces, where joy is withered, blossom and bud. 6. A shady freshness, chafers whirring, a little piping of leaf-hid birds, a flutter of wings, a fitful stirring, a cloud to the eastward, snowy as curds. Bare grassy slopes where kids are tethered, round valleys like nests all ferny lined, round hills with fluttering tree-tops feathered, swell high in their freckled robes behind. A rose flush, tender, a thrill, a quiver, when golden gleams to the tree-tops glide, a flashing edge for the milk-white river, the beck, a river, with still sleek tide. Broad and white, and polished as silver, on she goes under fruit-laden trees, sunk in leafage cooeth the culver, and plaineth of love's disloyalties. Glitters the dew and shines the river, up comes the lily and dries her bell, but two are walking apart forever, and wave their hands for a mute farewell. 7. A braver swell, a swifter sliding, the river hasteth, her banks recede, wing-like sails on her bosom gliding, bear down the lily and drown the reed. Stately prows are rising and bowing, shouts of mariners winnow the air, and level sands for banks endowing the tiny green ribbon that showed so fair. While, O my heart, as white sails shiver and crowds are passing and banks stretch wide, how hard to follow with lips that quiver that moving speck on the far-off side. Farther, farther I see it, know it, my eyes brim over, it melts away. Only my heart to my heart shall show it, as I walk desolate day by day. 8. And yet I know past all doubting, truly, and knowledge greater than grief can dim. I know as he loved, he will love me duly, yea, better, e'en better than I love him. And as I walk by the vast calm river, the awful river so dread to see, I say, thy breadth and thy depth forever are bridged by his thoughts that cross to me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Bird Song by Christina G. Rossetti and Untitled by Anonymous. Read for LibriVox.org by Am Lee. A Bird Song by Christina G. Rossetti. It's a year almost that I have not seen her. Oh, last summer green things were greener, brambles fewer, the blue sky bluer. It's well nigh summer, for there's a swallow. Come one swallow, his mate will follow. The bird race quicken, and wheel and thicken. O happy swallow, whose mate will follow, o'er height or hollow. I'd be a swallow to build this weather our nest together. End of poem. Untitled by Anonymous. When I think on the happy days I spent with you, my dearie, and now what lands between us lie, how can I but be eerie? How slow ye move, ye heavy hours, as ye were wae and weary. It wasna sae ye glinted by when I was with my dearie. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To Althea from Prison by Richard Lovelace. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Jennifer Painter. When love with unconfined wings hovers within my gates, and my divine Althea brings to whisper at the grates, when I lie tangled in her hair and fettered to her eye, the birds that wanton in the air know no such liberty. Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. Minds innocent and quiet take that for a hermitage. If I have freedom in my love, and in my soul am free, angels alone that soar above enjoy such liberty. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Songs from the Princess by Alfred Tennyson. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Ask me no more, the moon may draw the sea, the cloud may stoop from heaven and take the shape, with fold to fold, of mountains or of cape. But, O too fond, when have I answered thee? Ask me no more. Ask me no more, what answer should I give? I love not hollow cheek or faded eye. Yet, O my friend, I will not have thee die. Ask me no more, lest I should bid thee live. Ask me no more. Ask me no more, thy fate and mine are sealed. I strove against the stream, and all in vain. Let the great river take me to the main. No more, dear love, for at a touch I yield. Ask me no more. As through the land at eve we went, and plucked the ripened years, we fell out, my wife and I, oh, we fell out I know not why, and kissed again with tears, and blessings on the falling out, that all the more endears, when we fall out with those we love, and kiss again with tears. For when we came where lies the child we lost in other years, there above the little grave, oh, there above the little grave, we kissed again with tears. O swallow, swallow, flying, flying south, fly to her and fall upon her gilded eaves, and tell her what I tell to thee. O tell her, swallow, thou that knowest each, that bright and fierce and fickle is the south, and dark and true and tender is the north. O swallow, swallow, if I could follow and light upon her lattice, I would pipe and trill, and cheep and twitter 20,000,000 loves. O were I thou, that she might take me in, and lay me on her bosom, and her heart would rock the snowy cradle till I died. Why lingereth she to clothe her heart with love, delaying as the tender ash delays, and clothe herself when all the woods are green? O tell her, swallow, that thy brood is flown. Say to her, I do but wanton in the south, but in the north long since my nest is made. O tell her, brief is life, but love is long, and brief the sun of summer in the north, and brief the moon of beauty in the south. O swallow, flying from the golden woods, fly to her, and pipe and woo her, and make her mine, and tell her that I follow thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Song of the Violet by William Makepeace Thackeray. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Audrey Fairchild. A humble flower, long time I pined upon the solitary plain. and trembled at the angry wind, and shrunk before the bitter rain. And oh, 'twas in a blessed hour a passing wanderer chanced to see, and pitying the lonely flower, to stoop and gather me. I fear no more the tempest rude, on dreary heath no more I pine, but left my cheerless solitude to deck the breast of Caroline. Alas, our days are brief at best, nor long I fear will mine endure, though sheltered here upon a breast so gentle and so pure. It draws the fragrance from my leaves, it robs me of my sweetest breath, and every time it falls and heaves, it warns me of my coming death. But one I know would glad forego all joys of life to be as I, an hour to rest on that sweet breast, and then contented die. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Love in a Life by Robert Browning. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Room after room I hunt the house through we inhabit together. Heart, fear nothing, for, heart, thou shalt find her next time herself. Not the trouble behind her left in the curtain, the couch's perfume. As she brushed it, the cornice wreath blossomed anew. Yon looking-glass gleamed at the wave of her feather. Yet the day wears, and door succeeds door. I try the fresh fortune, range the wide house from the wing to the centre. Still the same chance, she goes out as I enter. Spend my whole day in the quest, who cares? But 'tis twilight, you see, with such suits to explore, such closets to search, such alcoves to importune. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Love from Chambers' Journal. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Love. Love is not made of kisses or of sighs, of clinging hands or of the sorceries and subtle witchcrafts of alluring eyes. Love is not made of broken whispers, no, nor of the blushing cheek whose answering glow tells that the ear has heard the accents low. Love is not made of tears, nor yet of smiles, of quivering lips, or of enticing wiles. Love is not tempted, he himself beguiles. This is love's language, but this is not love. If we know aught of love, how shall we dare to say that this is love, when well aware that these are common things, and love is rare? As separate streams may, blending, ever roll, in course united, so, of soul to soul, love is the union into one sweet whole. As molten metals mingle, as a chord swells sweet in harmony, when love is Lord. Two hearts are one, as letters form a word. One heart, one mind, one soul, and one desire, a kindred fancy, and a sister fire of thought and passion, these can love inspire. This makes a heaven of earth, for this is love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Life in a Love by Robert Browning. by Alan Mapstone. Escape me? Never, beloved. While I am I and you are you, so long as the world contains us both, me the loving and you the loath, while the one eludes, must the other pursue. My life is a fault at last, I fear. It seems too much like a fate indeed. Though I do my best, I shall scarce succeed. But what if I fail of my purpose here? It is but to keep the nerves at strain, to dry one's eyes and laugh at a fall, and baffled get up and begin again. So the chase takes up one's life, that's all. While look but once from your farthest bound at me so deep in the dust and dark, no sooner the old hope goes to ground than a new one straight to the self-same mark I shape me, ever removed. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Not Ours, The Vows by Bernard Barton. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Not ours the vows, not ours the vows of such as plight their troth in sunny weather, while leaves are green and skies are bright, to walk on flowers together. But we have loved as those who dread the thorny path of sorrow, with clouds above and cause to dread yet deeper gloom tomorrow. That thorny path, those stormy skies, have drawn our spirits nearer, and rendered us, by sorrow's ties, each to the other dearer. Love born in hours of joy and mirth, with mirth and joy may perish. To that which darker hours gave birth, still more and more we cherish. It looks beyond the clouds of time, and through death's shadowy portal, made by adversity sublime, by faith and hope immortal. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
For the Future by Adelaide Ann Proctor. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. I wonder, did you ever count the value of one human fate, or sum the infinite amount of one heart's treasures, and the weight of life's one venture, and the whole concentrate purpose of a soul? And if you ever paused to think that all this in your hands I laid without a fear, did you not shrink from such a burden, half afraid, half wishing that you could divide the risk, or cast it all aside? While love has daily perils, such as none foresee and none control, and hearts are strung so that one touch, careless or rough, may jar the whole, you well might feel afraid to reign with absolute power of joy and pain. You well might fear, if love's sole claim were to be happy, but true love takes joy as solace, not as aim, and looks beyond, and looks above, and sometimes through the bitterest strife first learns to live her highest life. Earth forges joy into a chain, till fettered love forgets its strength, its purpose, and its end. But pain restores its heritage at length, and bids love rise again and be eternal, mighty, pure, and free. If, then, your future life should need a strength my love can only gain through suffering, or my heart be freed only by sorrow from some stain, then you shall give, and I will take this crown of fire for love's dear sake. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Comfort from All the Year Round. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Audrey Fairchild. If there should come a time, as well there may, when sudden tribulation smites thine heart, and thou dost come to me for help and stay and comfort, how shall I perform my part? How shall I make my heart a resting place, a shelter safe for thee when terrors smite? How shall I bring the sunshine to thy face, and dry thy tears in bitter woes despite? How shall I win the strength to keep my voice steady and firm, although I hear thy sobs? How shall I bid thy fainting soul rejoice, nor mar the counsel by mine own heart throbs? Love, my love teaches me a certain way, so if thy dark hour come, I am thy stay. I must live higher, nearer to the reach of angels in their blessed trustfulness. Learn their unselfishness, ere I can teach content to thee whom I would greatly bless. Ah me, what woe were mine if thou shouldst come, troubled but trusting, unto me for aid, and I should meet thee powerless and dumb, willing to help thee, but confused, afraid. It shall not happen thus, for I will rise, God helping me, to higher life, and gain courage and strength to give thee counsel wise, and deeper love to bless thee in thy pain. Fear not, dear love, thy trial hour shall be the dearest bond between my heart and thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Seven Times Three, Love, by Jean Ingelow. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Andrea O'Donnell. I leaned out of window. I smelt the white clover. Dark, dark was the garden. I saw not the gate. Now, if there be footsteps, he comes, my one lover. Hush, nightingale, hush. O sweet nightingale, wait till I listen and hear if a step draweth near, for my love, he is late. The skies in the darkness stoop nearer and nearer. A cluster of stars hangs like fruit in the tree. The fall of the water comes sweeter, comes clearer. To what art thou listening, and what dost thou see? Let the star clusters grow, let the sweet waters flow, and cross quickly to me. You night moths that hover where honey brims over, from sycamore blossoms, or settle or sleep. You glowworms, shine out, and the pathway discover to him that comes darkling along the rough steep. Ah, my sailor, make haste, for the time runs to waste, and my love lieth deep. Too deep for swift telling, and yet, my one lover, I've conned thee an answer. It waits thee tonight. By the sycamore passed he, and through the white clover. Then all the sweet speech I had fashioned took flight. But I'll love him more, more than ere wife loved before, be the days dark or bright. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Violet by Sir Walter Scott. Read for LibriVox.org by Am Lee. The violet in her greenwood bower, where birchen boughs with hazels mingle, may boast itself the fairest flower in glen or copse or forest dingle. Though fair her gems of azure hue, beneath the dewdrop's weight reclining, I've seen an eye of lovelier blue, more sweet through watery lustre shining. The summer sun that dew shall dry, ere yet the day be past its morrow, no longer in my false love's eye remained the tear of parting sorrow. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Song In Love If Love Be Love by Alfred Tennyson. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Audrey Fairchild. In love, if love be love, if love be ours, faith and unfaith can ne'er be equal powers. Unfaith in aught is want of faith in all. It is the little rift within the lute that by and by will make the music mute, and ever widening slowly silence all. The little rift within the lover's lute, or little pitted speck in garnered fruit, that rotting inward slowly moulders all. It is not worth the keeping, let it go. But shall it? Answer, darling, answer no, and trust me not at all, or all in all. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
One Way of Love by Robert Browning. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. 1. All June I bound the rose in sheaves. Now rose by rose I strip the leaves, and strew them where Pauline may pass. She will not turn aside? Alas! Let them lie. Suppose they die? The chance was they might take her eye. 2. How many a month I strove to suit these stubborn fingers to the lute. To-day I venture all I know. She will not hear my music? So! Break the string, fold music's wing. Suppose Pauline had bade me sing? 3. My whole life long I learned to love. This hour my utmost art I prove, and speak my passion, heaven or hell. She will not give me heaven, 'tis well. Lose who may, I still can say, those who win heaven, blessed are they. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Switzerland by Matthew Arnold. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Jennifer Beckett Wood. 1. Meeting. Again I see my bliss at hand. The town, the lake are here. My Marguerite smiles upon the strand, unaltered with the year. I know that graceful figure fair, that cheek of languid hue. I know that soft, enkerchiefed hair, and those sweet eyes of blue. Again I spring to make my choice. Again in tones of ire I hear a god's tremendous voice. Be counselled and retire. Ye guiding powers who join and part, what would ye have with me? Ah, warn some more ambitious heart, and let the peaceful be. 2. Parting. Ye storm winds of autumn, who rush by, who shake the window and ruffle the gleam-lighted lake, who cross to the hillside thin sprinkled with farms, where the high woods strip sadly their yellowing arms. Ye are bound for the mountains. Ah, with you let me go where your cold, distant barrier, the vast range of snow, through the loose clouds lifts dimly, its white peaks in air. How deep is their stillness! Ah, would I were there! But on the stairs what voice is this I hear, buoyant as morning, and as morning clear? Say, has some wet bird-haunted English lawn lent it the music of its trees at dawn? Or was it from some sun-flecked mountain brook that the sweet voice its upland clearness took? Ah, it comes nearer. Sweet notes, this way! Hark, fast by the window the rushing winds go to the ice-cumbered gorges, the vast seas of snow. There the torrents drive upward their rock-strangled hum. There the avalanche thunders, the hoarse torrent dumb. I come, O ye mountains, ye torrents, I come! But who is this by the half-open door, whose figure casts a shadow on the floor? The sweet blue eyes, the soft ash-coloured hair, the cheeks that still their gentle paleness wear, the lovely lips, with their arched smile that tells the unconquered joy in which her spirit dwells. Ah, they bend nearer. Sweet lips, this way! Hark, the wind rushes past us. Ah, with that let me go to the clear waning hillside, unspotted by snow, there to watch, o'er the sunk vale, the frore mountain wall, where the nished snow-bed sprays down its powdery fall. There its dusky blue clusters the aconite spreads, there the pine slope, the cloud strips hung soft in their heads. No life, but, at moments, the mountain bees hum. I come, O ye mountains, ye pine woods, I come! Forgive me, forgive me, ah, Marguerite, fain would these arms reach to clasp thee, but see, 'tis in vain. In the void air, towards thee my stretched arms are cast, but a sea rolls between us, our different past. To the lips, of others those lips have been pressed, and others ere I was, were strained to that breast. Far, far from each other our spirits have grown, and what heart knows another? Ah, who knows his own? Blow, ye winds, lift me with you, I come to the wild. Fold closely, O nature, thine arms round thy child. To thee only God granted a heart ever new, to all always open, to all always true. Ah, calm me, restore me, and dry up my tears on thy high mountain platforms, where morn first appears, where the white mists forever are spread and unfurled in the stir of the forces whence issued the world. 3. A farewell. My horse's feet beside the lake, where sweet the unbroken moonbeams lay, sent echoes through the night to wake each glistening strand, each heath-fringed bay. The poplar avenue was passed, and the roofed bridge that spans the stream. Up the steep street I hurried fast, led by thy taper's star-like beam. I came, I saw thee rise, the blood poured flushing to thy languid cheek. Locked in each other's arms we stood, in tears, with hearts too full to speak. Days flew, ah, soon I could discern a trouble in thine altered air. Thy hand lay languidly in mine, thy cheek was grave, thy speech grew rare. I blame thee not, this heart I know to be long loved was never framed, for something in its depths doth glow, too strange, too restless, too untamed. And women, things that live and move, mined by the fever of the soul, they seek to find in those they love stern strength and promise of control. They ask not kindness, gentle ways, these they themselves have tried and known. They ask a soul which never sways with the blind gusts that shake their own. I too have felt the load I bore in a too strong emotion's sway. I too have wished, no woman more, this startling, feverish heart away. I too have longed for trenchant force, and will, like a dividing spear, have praised the keen, unscrupulous course, which knows no doubt, which feels no fear. But in the world I learnt what there thou too will surely one day prove, that will, that energy, though rare, are yet far, far less rare than love. Go then, till time and fate impress this truth on thee, be mine no more. They will, for thou, I feel not less than I, was destined to this law. We school our manners, act our parts, but he, who sees us through and through, knows that the bent of both our hearts was to be gentle, tranquil, true. And though we wear out life, alas, distracted as a homeless wind, in beating where we must not pass, in seeking what we shall not find, yet we shall one day gain, life past, clear prospect o'er our being's whole, shall see ourselves, and learn at last our true affinities of soul. We shall not then deny a course to every thought the mass ignore, we shall not then call hardness force, nor lightness wisdom any more. Then in the eternal Father's smile, our soothed, encouraged souls will dare to seem as free from pride and guile, as good, as generous as they are. Then we shall know our friends, though much will have been lost, the help in strife, the thousand sweet still joys of such as hand in hand face earthly life. Though these be lost, there will be yet a sympathy august and pure, ennobled by a vast regret, and by contrition sealed thrice sure. And we, whose ways were unlike here, may then more neighbouring courses ply, may to each other be brought near, and greet across infinity. How sweet, unreached by earthly jars, my sister, to maintain with thee the hush among the shining stars, the calm upon the moonlit sea. How sweet to feel on the boon air all our unquiet pulses cease, to feel that nothing can impair the gentleness, the thirst for peace. The gentleness too rudely hurled on this wild earth of hate and fear, the thirst for peace, a raving world would never let us satiate here. 4. Isolation, to Marguerite. We were apart, yet day by day I bade my heart more constant be, I bade it keep the world away, and grow a home for only thee. Nor feared but thy love likewise grew, like mine, each day, more tried, more true. The fault was grave. I might have known what far too soon, alas, I learned. The heart can bind itself alone, and faith may oft be unreturned. Self-swayed our feelings ebb and swell. Thou lov'st no more. Farewell, farewell. Farewell, and thou lonely heart, which never yet without remorse, even for a moment didst depart from thy remote and sphered course, to haunt the place where passions reign, back to thy solitude again. Back, with the conscious thrill of shame which Luna felt that summer night, flash through her pure immortal frame, when she forsook the starry height, to hang o'er Endymion sleep upon the pine-grown Latmian steep. Yet she, chaste queen, had never proved how vain a thing is mortal love, wandering in heaven far removed. But thou hast long had place to prove this truth, to prove and make thine own. Thou hast been, shalt be, art alone. Or, if not quite alone, yet they which touch thee are unmating things, ocean and clouds, and night and day, lorn autumns and triumphant springs, and life and others' joy and pain, and love, if love, of happier men. Of happier men, for they at least have dreamed two human hearts might blend in one, and were through faith released from isolation without end prolonged, nor knew, although not less alone than thou, their loneliness. 5. to Marguerite, continued. Yes, in the sea of life enisled, with echoing straits between us thrown, dotting the shoreless watery wild, we mortal millions live alone. The islands feel the enclasping flow, and then their endless bounds they know. But when the moon their hollows lights, and they are swept by balms of spring, and in their glens, on starry nights, the nightingales divinely sing, and lovely notes from shore to shore across the sounds and channels pour. Oh, then a longing like despair is to their farthest caverns sent, for surely once they feel we were parts of a single continent. Now round us spreads the watery plain. Oh, might our marges meet again! Who ordered that their longing's fire should be, as soon as kindled, cooled? Who renders vain their deep desire? A God their severance ruled, and bade betwixt their shores to be the unplumbed salt in stranging sea. 6. Absence. In this fair stranger's eyes of grey, thine eyes, my love, I see. I shiver, for the passing day had borne me far from thee. This is the curse of life, that not a nobler, calmer train of wiser thoughts and feelings blot our passions from our brain. But each day brings its petty dust, our soon choked souls to fill, and we forget because we must, and not because we will. I struggle towards the light, and ye, once longed for storms of love, if with the light ye cannot be, I bear that ye remove. I struggle towards the light, but oh, while yet the night is chill, upon time's barren, stormy flow, stay with me, Marguerite, still. 7. The Terrace at Berne. Composed 10 years after the preceding. 10 years, and to my waking eye once more the roofs of Berne appear, the rocky banks, the terrace high, the stream, and do I linger here? The clouds are on the Oberland, the Jungfrau snows look faint and far, but brighter those green fields at hand, and through those fields comes down the Aar. And from the blue twin lakes it comes, flows by the town, the churchyard fair, and 'neath the garden walk it hums, the house. And is my Marguerite there? Ah, shall I see thee, while a flush of startled pleasure floods thy brow, quick through the oleander's brush, and clap thy hands and cry, "'Tis thou!" Or hast thou long since wandered back, daughter of France, to France thy home, and flitted down the flowery track where feet like thine too lightly come? Doth riotous laughter now replace thy smile and rouge with stony glare, thy cheeks' soft hue and fluttering lace, the kerchief that enwound thy hair? Or is it over? Art thou dead? Dead! And no warning shiver ran across my heart to say thy thread of life was cut, and closed thy span? Could from earth's ways that figure slight be lost, and I not feel 'twas so? Of that fresh voice the gay delight fail from earth's air, and I not know? Or shall I find thee still, but changed, but not the Marguerite of thy prime, with all thy being rearranged, passed through the crucible of time? With spirit vanished, beauty waned, and hardly a glance, a tone, a gesture, anything retained of all that was my Marguerite's own? I will not know. For wherefore try to things by mortal course that live a shadowy durability for which they were not meant to give? Like driftwood spars which meet and pass upon the boundless ocean plain, so on the sea of life, alas, man meets man, meets, and quits again. I knew it when my life was young, I feel it still now youth is o'er. The mists are on the mountain hung, and Marguerite I shall see no more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Evelyn Hope by Robert Browning. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. 1. Beautiful Evelyn Hope is dead. Sit and watch by her side an hour. That is her bookshelf, this her bed. She plucked that piece of geranium flower. Beginning to die, too, in the glass. Little has yet been changed, I think. The shutters are shut, no light may pass, save 2 long rays through the hinges' chink. 2. 16 years old when she died. Perhaps she had scarcely heard my name. It was not her time to love beside. Her life had many a hope and aim, duties enough and little cares, and now was quiet, now astir, till God's hand beckoned unawares, and the sweet white brow is all of her. 3. Is it too late then, Evelyn Hope? What, your soul was pure and true. The good stars met in your horoscope, made you of spirit, fire, and dew. And just because I was thrice as old, and our paths in the world diverged so wide, each was naught to each, must I be told? We were fellow mortals, naught beside. 4. No, indeed, for God above is great to grant, as mighty to make, and creates the love to reward the love. I claim you still, for my own love's sake. Delayed it may be for more lives yet. Through worlds I shall traverse, not a few. Much is to learn, much to forget, ere the time be come for taking you. 5. But the time will come, at last it will, when Evelyn Hope, what meant, I shall say, in the lower earth, in the years long still, that body and soul, so pure and gay, why your hair was amber, I shall divine, and your mouth of your own geraniums red, and what you would do with me in fine, in the new life come, in the old one's stead. 6. I have lived, I shall say, so much since then, given up myself so many times, gained me the gains of various men, ransacked the ages, spoiled the climes, yet one thing won in my soul's full scope, either I missed or itself missed me, and I want and find you, Evelyn Hope. What is the issue? Let us see. 7. I loved you, Evelyn, all the while. My heart seemed full as it could hold. There was place and to spare for the frank young smile, and the red young mouth, and the hair's young gold. So hush, I will give you this leaf to keep. See, I shut it inside the sweet cold hand. There, that is our secret. Go to sleep. You will wake and remember and understand. Robert Browning. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Song, "Oh Say Not, My Love," by Sir Walter Scott. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Audrey Fairchild. Oh, say not, my love, with that mortified air, that your springtime of pleasure is flown, nor bid me to maids that are younger repair for those raptures that still are thine own. Though April his temples may wreathe with the vine, its tendrils in infancy curled, 'tis the ardour of August matures us the wine, whose life-blood enlivens the world. Though thy form, that was fashioned as light as a faze, has assumed a proportion more round, and thy glance that was bright as a falcon's at gaze, looks soberly now on the ground, enough, after absence, to meet me again thy steps do with ecstasy move, enough that those dear sober glances retain for me the kind language of love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Wisteria from All the Year Round. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Izzy Barbieri. How tenderly the twilight falls about our dear home's flowery walls. Upon the garden bowers the breeze sighs over beds of bloom. My darling, leave the dusky room, come out among the flowers. Come forth, my wife, and stand with me beneath our favorite chestnut tree. The glory of our lawn, look up, dear heart, in skies afar. How softly beams the evening star, the garish sun is gone. How clearly from the coppice floats the brown bird's strain its magic notes, of joy and sorrow blent. How sweetly from the southern wall delightsome odors round us fall, through rich wistaria's scent. See, darling, in this tender gloom the clusters of its purple bloom peep out amid the green, a comely summer robe it weaves, of sturdy twigs and tender leaves, with splendid blooms between. How rich and full a life must beat in its green branches, fair and sweet. It flowered in the spring, and yet ere summer days are done, it spreadeth to the summer sun a second blossoming. It seemeth unto us a type of love spring-born but summer ripe, full-hearted love like ours, that sweetly smiled on life's young spring, yet hath its fuller blossoming in these maturer hours. Our lives were like the springtime boughs of this old tree which wreathes our house, with purple twice a year, no leafage green of worldly praise, or worldly wealth made glad our days, but lowly love was dear. Ah, darling, on this summer night, our hearts brimful with deep delight, we bless God as we stand beneath his arch of twilight sky, at rest too glad to smile or sigh, the happiest in the land. Our tree of life is strong and full of leafage verdant, beautiful, with blossoms in their prime, for love, like fair wisteria flowers, brings with full hands to us in ours a second blossom time. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sonnet by Michelangelo, translated by William Wordsworth. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Yes, hope may with my strong desire keep pace, and I be undeluded, unbetrayed. For if of our affections none find grace in sight of heaven, then wherefore hath God made the world which we inhabit? Better plea love cannot have than that in loving thee, glory to that eternal peace is paid, who such divinity to thee imparts, as hallows and makes pure all gentle hearts. His hope is treacherous only whose love dies with beauty, which is varying every hour. But in chaste hearts, uninfluenced by the power of outward change, there blooms a deathless flower that breathes on earth the air of paradise. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Married Lovers by Jean Ingelow, recorded for LibriVox.org. Come away, the clouds are high, put the flashing needles by. Many days are not to spare or to waste, my fairest fair. All is ready. Come to-day, for the nightingale her lay, when she findeth that the whole of her love and all her soul cannot forth of her sweet throat, sobs the while she draws her breath, and the bravery of her note in a few days altereth. Come, ere she despond and see in a silent ecstasy chestnuts heave for hours and hours, all the glory of their flowers to the melting blue above that broods over them like love. Leave the garden walls where blow apple blossoms pink and low-ordered beds of tulips fine. Seek the blossoms made divine with a scent that is their soul. These are soulless. Bring the white of thy gown to bathe in light, walls for narrow hearts. The whole earth is found, and air and sea, not too wide for thee and me. Not too wide, and yet thy face gives the meaning of all space, and thine eyes with starbeams fraught hold the measure of all thought. For of them my soul besought, and was shown a glimpse of thine, a veiled vestal, with divine solace and sweet love's despair. For that life is brief as fair. Who hath most, he yearneth most, sure as seldom heretofore, somewhere of the gracious more. Deepest joy the least shall boast, asking with new opened eyes the remainder that which lies, oh so fair, but not all conned, oh so near, and yet beyond. Come and in the woodland sit, seem a wonted part of it. Then, while moves the delicate air, and the glories of thy hair little flickering sun-rays strike, let me see what thou art like, for great love enthralls me so, that in sooth I scarcely know. Show me in a house all green, save for long gold wedges sheen, where the flies white sparks of fire dart and hover and aspire, and the leaves, ere stirred on high, feel such joy they needs must sigh, and the untracked grass makes sweet all fair flowers to touch thy feet, and the bees about them hum. All the world is waiting. Come. End of poem. Read by Henry K. Noble in Washington, D.C., August 2nd, 2022. This recording is in the public domain. How Many Times by Thomas Lavelle Beddoes, recorded for LibriVox.org. How many times do I love thee, dear? Tell me how many thoughts there be in the atmosphere of a new fallen year, whose white and sable hours appear the latest flake of eternity. So many times do I love thee, dear. How many times do I love again? Tell me how many beads there are in a silver chain of the evening rain, unravelled from the tumbling main and threading the eye of a yellow star. So many times do I love again. End of poem. Read by Henry K. Noble on July 28th, 2022 in Washington, D.C. This recording is in the public domain. James Lee's Wife by Robert Browning, recorded for LibriVox.org. Ah, love, but a day and the world has changed. The sun's away and the birds estranged. The wind has dropped and the sky's deranged. Summer has stopped. Look in my eyes, wilt thou change too? Should I fear surprise? Shall I find aught new in the old and dear, in the good and true with the changing year? Thou art a man, but I am thy love, for the lake its swan, for the dell its dove, and for thee, O haste, me to bend above, me to hold embraced. Among the Rocks. Oh, good gigantic smile of the brown old earth, this autumn morning, how he sets his bones to bask in the sun, and thrusts out knees and feet for the ripple to run over in its mirth. Listening the while where on the heap of stones the white breast of the sea lark twitters sweet. That is the doctrine, simple, ancient, true, such is life's trial as old earth smiles and knows. If you loved only what were worth your love, love were clear gain and wholly well for you. Make the low nature better by your throes. Give earth yourself, go up for gain above. Along the beach. We'll be quiet and talk with you and reason why you are wrong. You wanted my love, is that much true? And so I did love, so I do. What has come of it all along? I took you, how could I otherwise, for a world to me and more, for all love greatens and glorifies, till God's aglow to the loving eyes, in what was mere earth before. Yes, earth, yes, mere ignoble earth. Now how do I mistake? Do I wrong your weakness and call it worth? Expect all harvest, dread no dearth, seal my sense up for your sake? Oh, love, love, no, love, not so indeed. You were just weak earth, I knew, with much in your waste, with many a weed, and plenty of passions run to seed, but a little good grain too. And such as you were, I took you for mine. Did not you find me yours to watch the olive and wait the vine, and wonder when rivers of oil and wine would flow as the book assures? Well, and if none of these good things came, what did the failure prove? The man was my whole world all the same, with his flowers to praise or his weeds to blame, and either or both to love. Yet this turns now to a fault, there, that I do love, watch too long, and wait too well, and weary and wear, and 'tis all an old story, and my despair fit subject for some new song. How the light love, he has wings to fly at suspicion of a bond. My wisdom has bidden your pleasure goodbye, which will turn up next in a laughing eye, and why should you look beyond? End of poem. Read by Henry K. Noble in Washington, D.C., August 3rd, 2022. This recording is in the public domain. The Poet's Bridal Day Song by Alan Cunningham. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Oh, my love's like the steadfast sun, or streams that deepen as they run. Nor hoary hairs, nor 40 years, nor moments between sighs and tears, nor nights of thought, nor days of pain, nor dreams of glory dreamed in vain, nor mirth, nor sweetest song that flows to sober joys and soften woes, can make my heart or fancy flee one moment, my sweet wife, from thee. Even while I muse, I see thee sit in maiden bloom and matron wit, fair, gentle, as when first I sued, ye seem but of sedater mood. Yet my heart leaps as fond for thee as when beneath our begland tree we stayed and wooed and thought the moon set on the sea an hour too soon, or lingered mid the falling dew when looks were fond and words were few. Though I see smiling at thy feet 5 sons and a fair daughter sweet, and time and care and birth time woes have dimmed thine eye and touched thy rose, to thee and thoughts of thee belong whate'er charms me in tale or song, when words descend like dews unsought with gleams of deep enthusiast thought, And fancy in her heaven flies free. They come, my love, they come from thee. Oh, when more thought we gave of old to silver than some give to gold, 'twas sweet to sit and ponder o'er how we should deck our humble bower. 'Twas sweet to pull in hope with thee the golden fruit of fortune's tree, and sweeter still to choose and twine a garland for that brow of time, a song wreath which may grace my Jean while rivers flow and woods grow green. At times there come, as come there ought, grave moments of sedater thought, when fortune frowns nor lends our night one gleam of her inconstant light, and hope that decks the peasant's bower shines like a rainbow through the shower. O then I see, while seated nigh, a mother's heart shine in thine eye, and proud resolve and purpose meek speak of thee more than words can speak. I think this wedded wife of mine the best of all that's not divine. End of poem. Read by Henry K. Noble in Washington, D.C., August 3rd, 2022. This recording is in the public domain. My Lady Singing by Aubrey de Vere. Recorded for LibriVox.org. She whom this heart must ever hold most dear, this heart in happy bondage held so long, began to sing. At first a gentle fear rosied her countenance, for she's young, and he who loves her most of all was near. But when at last her voice grew full and strong, oh, from their ambush sweet, how rich and clear bubbled the notes abroad, a rapturous throng. Her little hands were sometimes flung apart, and sometimes palm to palm together pressed, whilst wave-like blushes rising from her breast kept time with that aerial melody as muses to the sight. I, standing nigh, received the falling fountain in my heart. End of poem. Recorded by Henry K. Noble in Washington, D.C., July 28th, 2022. This recording is in the public domain.
Madrigal by Anonymous. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Izzy Barbieri. As I saw fair Chloris walk alone, the feathered rain came softly down, as Jove descending from his tower to court her in a silver shower. The wanton snow flew to her breast, as little birds into their nest, but overcome with whiteness there, for grief dissolved into a tear, thence falling on her garment's hem, to deck her froze into a gem. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
York and Lancaster by Anonymous. Recorded for LibriVox.org. If this fair rose offend thy sight, placed in thy bosom bare, 'twill blush to find itself less white, and turn Lancastrian there. But if thy ruby lip it spy, as kiss it thou mayest deign, with envy pale 'twill lose its dye, and Yorkish turn again. End of poem. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 1st of August, 2022. This recording is in the public domain.
Jeanie Morrison by William Motherwell. Read for LibriVox.org. I've wandered east, I've wandered west, through mony a weary way, but never, never can forget the love o' life's young day. The fire that's blawn on Beltane End may weel be black gin Yule, But blacker far awaits the heart, where first fond love grows cold. Oh dear, dear Jeanie Morrison, the thoughts o' bygone years still fling their shadows o'er my path, and blind my een wi' tears. They blind my een wi' salt, salt tears, and sair and sick I pine, as memory idly summons up the blithe blinks o' lang syne. 'Twas then we loved ilk ither weel, 'twas then we twa did part. Sweet time, sad time, twa bairns at school, twa bairns and but a heart. 'Twas then we sat on a lay bink to their ilk ither leer, and tones and looks and smiles were shed, remembered evermair. I wonder, Jeanie, aften yet, when sitting on that bink, cheek touching cheek, loof looked in loof, what our wee heads could think, when baith bent down o'er a braid page, we a book on our knee. Thy lips were on thy lesson, but my lesson was in thee. Oh, mind ye how we hung our heads, how cheeks brent red wi' shame, whene'er the skull weens laughin' said, we cleeked thegither hame. And mind ye o' the Saturdays, the skull then skelped at noon, when we ran off to spiel the braes, the broomy braes o' June. My head rins round and round about, my heart flows like a sea, as one by one the thoughts rush back, o' school time and o' thee. O morning life, O morning love, O lightsome days and lang, when hinnied hopes around our hearts like simmer blossoms sprang. O mind ye, love, how aft we left the deaving dinsome town, to wander by the green burn side and hear its waters croon. The simmer leaves hung o'er our heads, the flowers burst round our feet, and in the gloaming o'er the wood the throstle whustlet sweet. The throstle whustlet in the wood, the burn sang to the trees, and we with nature's heart in tune concerted harmonies. And on the knowe abune the burn for hours thegither sat, yon the silentness of joy till baith we very gladness brat. Dear Jeanie Morrison, tears twinkled down your cheek, like dew beads on a rose, yet nane had only power to speak. That was a time, a blessed time, when hearts were fresh and young, when freely gushed all feelings forth, unsyllabled, unsung. I marvel, Jeanie Morrison, gin I hae be to thee, as closely twined wi' earliest thoughts as ye have been to me. Oh, tell me gin their music fills twine ear as it does mine. Oh, say gin e'er your heart grows grit wi' dreamings o' lang syne. I've wandered east, I've wandered west, I've borne a weary lot, but in my wanderings far or near, ye never were forgot. The fount that first burst frae this heart still travels on its way, and channels deeper as it rins the love o' life's young day. O dear, dear Jeanie Morrison, since we were cindered young, I've never seen your face nor heard the music o' your tongue. But I could hug all wretchedness, and happy could I die, did I but ken your heart still dream o' bygone days and me. End of poem. Read by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. This recording is in the public domain. I met her I loved yestereen by William Motherwell. Recorded for LibriVox.org. I met her I loved yestereen. I met her wi' a look o' sorrow. My leave I took o' her for aye I wedded bride she'll be the morrow. She durstna gie a smile to me, nor drap a word o' kindly feelin', yet down her cheeks the bitter tears in mony a pearly bead were stealin'. I couldna my lost love upbraid, although my dearest hopes were blighted. I couldna say you're fause to me, though to another she was plighted. Like selfest friends whom death divides in heaven to meet, we silent parted. Now voice had we our griefs to speak, we felt sae lone and broken hearted. I'll gie my frae my native land, far frae thy blithesome banks o' Yarrow. Wae's me, I canna bide to see my winsome love another's morrow. I'll hie me to a distant land, wi' downcast e'e and life-sick bosom. A weary waste the world's to me, sin I hae lost that bonny blossom. End of poem. Read by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. This recording is in the public domain.
A Woman's Question by Adelaide Ann Proctor. Before I trust my fate to thee, or place my hand in thine, before I let thy future give colour and form to mine, before I peril all for thee, question thy soul to-night for me, I break all slighter bonds, nor feel a shadow of regret. Is there one link within the past that holds thy spirit yet? Or is thy faith as clear and free as that which I can pledge to thee? Does there within thy dimmest dreams a possible future shine, wherein thy life could henceforth breathe, untouched, unshared by mine? If so, at any pain or cost, oh, tell me before all is lost. Look deeper still, if thou canst feel within thy inmost soul that thou hast kept a portion back, while I have staked the whole. Let no false pity spare the blow, but in true mercy tell me so. Is there within thy heart a need that mine cannot fulfill? One chord that any other hand could better wake or still? Speak now, lest at some future day my whole life wither and decay. Lives there within thy nature hid the demon spirit Change, shedding a passing glory still on all things new and strange? It may not be thy fault alone, but shield my heart against thy own. Couldst thou withdraw thy hand one day, and answer to my claim that fate and that to-day's mistake, not thou, had been to blame? Some soothe their conscience thus, but thou wilt surely warn and save me now. Nay, answer not, I dare not hear, the words would come too late. Yet I would spare thee all remorse, so comfort thee, my fate. Whatever on my heart may fall, remember, I would risk it all. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Woman's Answer by Adelaide Ann Proctor. Read for LibriVox.org by Redrun. I will not let you say a woman's part must be to give exclusive love alone. Dearest, although I love you so, my heart answers 1,000 claims beside your own. I love, what do I not love? Earth and air find space within my heart, and myriad things you would not deign to heed are cherished there, and vibrate on its very inmost strings. I love the summer with her ebb and flow of light and warmth and music that have nursed her tender buds to blossoms, and you know it was in summer that I saw you first. I love the winter dearly too, but then I owe it so much. On a winter's day, bleak, cold, and stormy, you returned again, when you had been those weary months away. I love the stars like friends. So many nights I gazed at them when you were far from me, till I grew blind with tears. Those far-off lights could watch you, whom I longed in vain to see. I love the flowers. Happy hours lie shut up within their petals close and fast. You have forgotten, dear, but they and I keep every fragment of the golden past. I love, too, to be loved. All loving praise seems like a crown upon my life, to make it better worth the giving, and to raise still nearer to your own the heart you take. I love all good and noble souls. I heard one speak of you but lately, and for days, only to think of it, my soul was stirred in the tender memory of such generous praise. I love all those who love you, all who owe comfort to you, and I can find regret, even now, for those poorer hearts who once could know, and once could love you, and can now forget. Well, is my heart so narrow, I who spare love for all these? Do I not even hold my favorite books in special tender care, and prize them as a miser does his gold? The poets that you used to read to me, while summer twilights faded in the sky, but most of all I think Aurora Leigh, because, do you remember why? Will you be jealous? Did you guess before I love so many things? Still you the best? Dearest, remember that I love you more, oh, more 1,000 times than all the rest. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
True or False by Adelaide Ann Proctor. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Nancy Beard. So you think you love me, do you? Well, it may be so. But there are many ways of loving, I have learnt to know. Many ways, and but one true way, which is very rare, and the counterfeits look brightest, though they will not wear. Yet they ring almost quite truly, last with care for long, but in time must break, may shiver, at a touch of wrong. Having seen what looked most real crumble into dust, now I choose that test and trial should precede my trust. I have seen a love demanding time and hope and tears, chaining all the past exacting bonds from future years. Mind and heart and joy and sorrow claiming as its fee, that was love of self, and never, never love of me. I have seen a love forgetting all above, beyond, linking every dream and fancy in a sweeter bond, counting every hour worthless which was cold or free. That perhaps was love of pleasure, but not love of me. I have seen a love whose patience never turned aside, full of tender, fond devices, constant even when tried. Smallest boons were held as victories, drops that swelled the sea. That, I think, was love of power, but not love of me. I have seen a love disdaining ease and pride and fame, burning even its own white pinions just to feed its flame, reigning thus supreme triumphant by the soul's decree. That was love of love, I fancy, but not love of me. I have heard or dreamt, it may be, what love is when true. How to test and how to try it is the gift of few. These few say, or did I dream it, that true love abides in these very things, but always has a soul besides. Lives among the false loves, knowing just their peace and strife, bears the self-same look, but always has an inner life. Only a true heart can find it, true as it is true. Only eyes as clear and tender look it through and through. If it dies, it will not perish by time's slow decay. True love only grows, they tell me, stronger day by day. Pain has been its friend and comrade, fate it can defy. Only by its own sword sometimes love can choose to die. And its grave shall be more noble and more sacred still than a throne where one less worthy reigns and rules at will. Tell me then, do you dare offer this true love to me? Neither you nor I can answer. We will wait and see. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
I Saw Thee Weep by Lord Byron. Read for LibriVox.org by Paul Baguley. I saw thee weep, the big bright tear came o'er that eye of blue, and then methought it did appear a violet dropping dew. I saw thee smile, the sapphire's blaze beside thee ceased to shine. It could not match the living rays that filled that glance of thine. As clouds from yonder sun receive a deep and yellow dye, which scarce the shade of coming eve can banish from the sky. Those smiles unto the moodiest mind their own pure joy impart. Their sunshine leaves a glow behind that lightens o'er the heart. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Origin of Love by Lord Byron. Read for LibriVox.org by Paul Baguley. The origin of love? Ah, why that cruel question ask of me, when thou mayst read in many an eye he starts to life on seeing thee. And shouldst thou seek his end to know, my heart forebodes, my fears foresee, he'll linger long in silent woe, but live until I cease to be. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Dream by Lord Byron. Read for LibriVox.org by Paul Baguley. 1. Our life is twofold. Sleep hath its own world, a boundary between the things misnamed death and existence. Sleep hath its own world, and a wide realm of wild reality, and dreams in their development have breath, and tears,
and tortures and the touch of joy. They leave a weight upon our waking thoughts. They take a weight from off our waking toils. They do divide our being. They become a portion of ourselves as of our time, and look like heralds of eternity. They pass like spirits of the past. They speak like sibyls of the future. They have power, the tyranny of pleasure and of pain. They make us what we were not, what they will, and shake us with the vision that's gone by. The dread of vanished shadows. Are they so? Is not the past all shadow? What are they? Creations of the mind? The mind can make substance, and people planets of its own with beings brighter than have been, and give a breath to forms which can outlive all flesh. I would recall a vision which I dreamed perchance in sleep, for in itself a thought, a slumbering thought, is capable of years and curdles a long life into 1 hour. 2. I saw 2 beings in the hues of youth standing upon a hill, a gentle hill, green and of mild declivity, the last as 'twere the cape of a long ridge of such, save that there was no sea to lave its base, but a most living landscape, and the wave of woods and cornfields and the abodes of men scattered at intervals, and wreathing smoke arising from such rustic roofs. The hill was crowned with a peculiar diadem of trees in circular array, so fixed, not by the sport of nature, but of man. These 2, a maiden and a youth, were there gazing, the one on all that was beneath fair as herself, but the boy gazed on her, and both were young, and one was beautiful. And both were young, yet not alike in youth. As the sweet moon on the horizon's verge, the maid was on the eve of womanhood. The boy had fewer summers, but his heart had far outgrown his years, and to his eye there was but one beloved face on earth, and that was shining on him. He had looked upon it till it could not pass away. He had no breath, no being, but in hers. She was his voice. He did not speak to her, but trembled on her words. She was his sight, for his eye followed hers and saw with hers, which coloured all his objects. He had ceased to live within himself. She was his life, the ocean to the river of his thoughts which terminated all upon a tone. A touch of hers, his blood would ebb and flow, and his cheek change tempestuously, his heart unknowing of its cause of agony. But she in these fond feelings had no share. Her sighs were not for him. To her he was even as a brother, but no more. 'Twas much for brotherless she was, save in the name her infant friendship had bestowed on him. Herself the solitary scion left of a time-honoured race, it was a name which pleased him, and yet pleased him not. And why? Time taught him a deep answer. When she loved another, even now she loved another, and on the summit of that hill she stood looking afar if yet her lover's steed kept pace with her expectancy, and flew. 3. A change came o'er the spirit of my dream. There was an ancient mansion, and before its walls there was a steed caparisoned. Within an antique oratory stood the boy of whom I spake. He was alone, and pale, and pacing to and fro. Anon he sate him down, and seized a pen, and traced words which I could not guess of. Then he leaned his bowed head on his hands, and shook as 'twere with a convulsion, then rose again, and with his teeth and quivering hands did tear what he had written, but he shed no tears. And he did calm himself, and fix his brow into a kind of quiet. As he paused, the lady of his love re-entered there. She was serene and smiling then, and yet she knew she was by him beloved. She knew, for quickly comes such knowledge, that his heart was darkened with her shadow, and she saw that he was wretched, but she saw not all. He rose, and with a cold and gentle grasp he took her hand. A moment o'er his face a tablet of unutterable thoughts was traced, and then it faded as it came. He dropped the hand he held, and with slow steps retired, but not as bidding her adieu, for they did part with mutual smiles. He passed from out the massy gate of that old hall, and mounting on his steed he went his way, and ne'er repassed that hoary threshold more. 4. A change came o'er the spirit of my dream. The boy was sprung to manhood. In the wilds of fiery climes he made himself a home, and his soul drank their sunbeams. He was girt with strange and dusky aspects. He was not himself like what he had been. On the sea and on the shore he was a wanderer. There was a mass of many images crowded like waves upon me, but he was a part of all, and in the last he lay reposing from the noontide sultriness, couched among fallen columns, in the shade of ruined walls that had survived the names of those who reared them. By his sleeping side stood camels grazing, and some goodly steeds were fastened near a fountain, and a man clad in a flowing garb did watch the while many of his tribe slumbered around, and they were canopied by the blue sky, so cloudless, clear, and purely beautiful that God alone was to be seen in heaven. 5. A change came o'er the spirit of my dream. The lady of his love was wed with one who did not love her better. In her home 1,000 leagues from his, her native home, she dwelt, begirt with growing infancy, daughters and sons of beauty. But behold, upon her face there was the tint of grief, the settled shadow of an inward strife, and an unquiet drooping of the eye, as if its lid were charged with unshed tears. What could her grief be? She had all she loved, and he who had so loved her was not there to trouble with bad hopes, or evil wish, or ill-repressed affliction, her pure thoughts. What could her grief be? She had loved him not, nor given him cause to deem himself beloved, nor could he be a part of that which preyed upon her mind, a spectre of the past. 6. A change came o'er the spirit of my dream. The wanderer was returned. I saw him stand before an altar with a gentle bride. Her face was fair, but was not that which made the starlight of his boyhood. As he stood even at the altar, o'er his brow there came the self-same aspect, and the quivering shock that in the antique oratory shook his bosom in its solitude. And then, as in that hour, a moment o'er his face the tablet of unutterable thoughts was traced, and then it faded as it came. And he stood calm and quiet, and he spoke the fitting vows, but heard not his own words, and all things reeled around him. He could see not that which was, nor that which should have been, but the old mansion, and the accustomed hall, and the remembered chambers, and the place, the day, the hour, the sunshine, and the shade, all things pertaining to that place and hour, and her who was his destiny, came back and thrust themselves between him and the light. What business had they there at such a time? 7. A change came o'er the spirit of my dream. The lady of his love, oh, she was changed as by the sickness of the soul. Her mind had wandered from its dwelling, and her eyes they had not their own lustre, but the look which is not of the earth. She was become the queen of a fantastic realm. Her thoughts were combinations of disjointed things, and forms impalpable and unperceived of others' sight familiar were to hers. And this the world calls frenzy, but the wise have a far deeper madness, and the glance of melancholy is a fearful gift. What is it but the telescope of truth, which strips the distance of its fantasies and brings life near in utter nakedness, making the cold reality too real? 8. A change came o'er the spirit of my dream. The wanderer was alone as heretofore. The beings which surrounded him were gone, or were at war with him. He was a mark for blight and desolation, compassed round with hatred and contention. Pain was mixed in all which was served up to him, until, like to the Pontic monarch of old days, he fed on poisons, and they had no power, but were a kind of nutriment. He lived through that which had been death to many men, and made him friends of mountains. With the stars and the quick spirit of the universe he held his dialogues, and they did teach to him the magic of their mysteries. To him the book of night was opened wide, and voices from the deep abyss revealed a marvel and a secret. Be it so. 9. My dream was past. It had no future change. It was of a strange order that the doom of these two creatures should be thus traced out almost like a reality, the one to end in madness, both in misery. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Love by S.T. Coleridge. Recorded for LibriVox.org. All thoughts, all passions, all delights, whatever stirs this mortal frame, all are but ministers of love, and feed his sacred flame. Oft in my waking dreams do I live o'er again that happy hour, when midday on the mount I lay, beside the ruined tower. The moonshine stealing o'er the scene had blended with the lights of eve, and she was there, my hope, my joy, my own dear Genevieve. She leaned against the armed man, the statue of the armed knight. She stood and listened to my lay, amid the lingering light. Few sorrows hath she of her own, my hope, my joy, my Genevieve. She loves me best, whene'er I sing the songs that make her grieve. I played a soft and doleful air, I sang an old and moving story, an old rude song that suited well that ruin wild and hoary. She listened with a flitting blush, with downcast eyes and modest grace, for well she knew I could not choose but gaze upon her face. I told her of the knight that wore upon his shield a burning brand, and that for 10 long years he wooed the lady of the land. I told her how he pined, and the deep, the low, the pleading tone with which I sang another's love, interpreted my own. She listened with a flitting blush, with downcast eyes and modest grace, and she forgave me that I gazed too fondly on her face. But when I told the cruel scorn that crazed that bold and lovely knight, that he crossed the mountain woods, nor rested day or night, that sometimes from the savage den, and sometimes from the darksome shade, and sometimes starting up at once in green and sunny glade, there came and looked him in the face an angel beautiful and bright, and that he knew it was a fiend, this miserable knight, and that, unknowing what he did, he leaped amid a murderous band, and saved from outrage worse than death the lady of the land. And how she wept,
and clasped his knees,
and how she tended him in vain, and ever strove to expiate the scorn that crazed his brain. And that she nursed him in a cave, and how his madness went away, when on the yellow forest leaves a dying man he lay. His dying words, but when I reached that tenderest strain of all the ditty, my faltering voice and pausing harp disturbed her soul with pity. All impulses of soul and sense had thrilled my guileless Genevieve, the music and the doleful tale, the rich and balmy eve, and hopes and fears that kindle hope, an undistinguishable throng, and gentle wishes long subdued, subdued and cherished long. She wept with pity and delight, she blushed with love and virgin shame, and like the murmur of a dream, I heard her breathe my name. Her bosom heaved, she stepped aside, as conscious of my look she stepped. Then suddenly with timorous eye, she fled to me and wept. She half enclosed me with her arms, she pressed me with a meek embrace, and bending back her head looked up, and gazed upon my face. 'Twas partly love, and partly fear, and partly 'twas a bashful art, that I might rather feel than see the swelling of her heart. I calmed her fears, and she was calm, and told her love with virgin pride, and so I won my Genevieve, my bright and beauteous bride. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
All for Love by Lord Byron, recorded for LibriVox.org by Philoria. Oh, talk not to me of a name great in story. The days of our youth are the days of our glory, and the myrtle and ivy of sweet 22 are worth all your laurels, though ever so plenty. What are garlands and crowns to the brow that is wrinkled? 'Tis but as a dead flower with May dew besprinkled. Then away with all such from the head that is hoary. What care I for the wreaths that can only give glory? O Fame, if I e'er took delight in thy praises, 'twas less for the sake of thy high-sounding phrases, than to see the bright eyes of the dear one discover. She thought that I was not unworthy to love her. There chiefly I sought thee, there only I found thee. Her glance was the best of the race that surround thee. When it sparkled o'er aught that was bright in my story, I knew it was love, and I felt it was glory. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lost Love by William Wordsworth. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Izzy Barbieri. She dwelt among the untrodden ways, beside the springs of Dove, a maid whom there were none to praise, and very few to love. A violet by a mossy stone, half hidden from the eye, fair as a star, when only one is shining in the sky. She lived unknown, and few could know when Lucy ceased to be, but she is in her grave, and oh, the difference to me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? By William Shakespeare. Read for LibriVox.org by Paul Baguley. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. Sometime too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed, and every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance or nature's changing course untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou owest, nor shall death brag thou wanderest in his shade, when in eternal lines to time thou grow'st. So long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
She is not fair to outward view by H. Coleridge, recorded for LibriVox.org. She is not fair to outward view, as many maidens be. Her loveliness I never knew until she smiled on me. Oh, then I saw her eye was bright, a well of love, a spring of light. But now her looks are coy and cold. To mine they ne'er reply, and yet I cease not to behold the love light in her eye. Her very frowns are fairer far than smiles of other maidens are. End of poem, read by Laura Judith Bobrow, August 8, 2022. This recording is in the public domain. Music When Soft Voices Die by P.B. Shelley, recorded for LibriVox.org. Music when soft voices die vibrates in the memory. Odors when sweet violets sicken live within the sense they quicken. Rose leaves, when the rose is dead, are heaped for the beloved's bed. And so thy thoughts, when thou art gone, love itself shall slumber on. End of poem, read by Laura Judith Bobrow, August 8, 2022. This recording is in the public domain.
The True Beauty by T. Carew, read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. He that loves a rosy cheek or a coral lip admires, or from star-like eyes doth seek fuel to maintain his fires. As old time makes these decay, so his flames must waste away. But a smooth and steadfast mind, gentle thoughts, and calm desires, hearts with equal love combined, kindle never-dying fires. Where these are not, I despise lovely cheeks or lips or eyes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To Dianame by R. Herrick. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Nancy Beard. Sweet, be not proud of those two eyes, which star-like sparkle in their skies. Nor be you proud that you can see all hearts your captives, yours yet free. Be you not proud of that rich hair, which wantons with the lovesick air, whenas that ruby which you wear, sunk from the tip of your soft ear, will last to be a precious stone, when all your world of beauty's gone. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Go, Lovely Rose by E. Waller. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Andrea O'Donnell. Go, lovely Rose, tell her that wastes her time and me, that now she knows when I resemble her to thee, how sweet and fair she seems to be. Tell her that's young and shuns to have her graces spied, that hadst thou sprung in deserts, where no men abide. Thou must have uncommended died. Small is the worth of beauty from the light retired. Bid her come forth, suffer herself to be desired, and not blush so to be admired. Then die, that she the common fate of all things rare may read in thee how small a part of time they share, that are so wondrous, sweet, and fair. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Blind Love by William Shakespeare. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Izzy Barbieri. O me, what eyes hath love put in my head, which have no correspondence with true sights? Or if they have, where is my judgment fled, that censures falsely what they see aright? If that be fair whereon my false eyes dote, what means the world to say it is not so? If it be not, then love doth well denote. Love's eye is not so true as all men's, no. How can it? Oh, how can love's eye be true, that it's so vexed with watching and with tears? No marvel then though I mistake my view, the sun itself sees not till heaven clears. O cunning love, with tears thou keepest me blind, lest eyes well seeing thy foul faults should find. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
One Word is Too Often Profaned by P.B. Shelley. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Rose. One word is too often profaned for me to profane it. One feeling too falsely disdained for thee to disdain it. One hope is too like despair for prudence to smother, and pity from thee more dear than that from another. I can give not what men call love, but wilt thou accept not the worship the heart lifts above and the heavens reject not? The desire of the mouth for the star, of the night for the morrow, the devotion to something afar from the sphere of our sorrow? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Where Shall the Lover Rest? By Sir W. Scott. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Rose. Where shall the lover rest, whom the fates sever from his true maiden's breast, parted forever? Where through rose deep and high sound the far below? Where early violets die under the willow, Ilu Loro, soft shall be his pillow. There through the summer day cool streams are laving, there while the tempests sway, scarce are bows waving. There thy rest shalt thou take, parted forever, never again to wake, never, oh never, Ilu Loro, never, oh never. Where shall the traitor rest, he the deceiver, who could win maiden's breast, ruin and leave her? In the lost battle, borne down by the flying, where Minkle's war's rattle with groans of the dying, Ilu Loro, there shall he be lying. Her wings shall the eagle flap o'er the false-hearted, his warm blood the wolf shall lap ere life be parted. Shame and dishonor sit by his grave ever, blessing shall hallow it, never, oh never, Ilu Loro, never, oh never. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Birthday by Christina Georgiana Rossetti. Read for LibriVox.org by M. Lee. My heart is like a singing bird whose nest is in a watered shoot. My heart is like an apple tree whose boughs are bent with thickest fruit. My heart is like a rainbow shell that paddles in a halcyon sea. My heart is gladder than all these because my love is come to me. Raise me a dais of silk and down, hang it with fair and purple dyes, carve it in doves and pomegranates, and peacocks with 100 eyes. Work it in gold and silver grapes, in leaves and silver fleur-de-lis, because the birthday of my life is come. My love is come to me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
From The Winter's Tale, by William Shakespeare. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Izzy Barbieri. What you do still betters what is done. When you speak, sweet, I'd have you do it ever. When you sing, I'd have you buy and sell so. So give alms, pray so. And for the ordering of your affairs, to sing them too. When you do dance, I wish you a wave of the sea, that you might ever do nothing but that. Move still, still so, and own no other function. Each your doing, so singular in each particular, crowns what you are doing in the present deed, that all your acts are queens. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sonnets from the Portuguese by Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Go from me, yet I feel that I shall stand henceforward in thy shadow. Never more alone upon the threshold of my door of individual life. I shall command the uses of my soul, nor lift my hand serenely in the sunshine as before. Without the sense of that which I forbore, thy touch upon the palm. The widest land doom takes to part us leaves thy heart in mine with pulses that beat at double. What I do and what I dream include thee, as the wine must taste of its own grapes. And when I sue God for myself, he hears that name of thine, and sees within my eyes the tears of two. If thou must love me, let it be for naught except for love's sake only. Do not say, I love her for her smile, her look, her way of speaking gently, for a trick of thought that falls in well with mine, and certes brought a sense of pleasant ease on such a day. For these things in themselves, beloved, may be changed, or change for thee, and love so wrought may be unwrought so. Neither love me for thine own dear pities wiping my cheeks dry. A creature might forget to weep, who bore thy comfort long, and lose thy love thereby. But love me for love's sake, that evermore thou mayest love on, through love's eternity. Beloved, my beloved, when I think that thou wast in the world a year ago, what time I sat alone here in the snow, and saw no footprint, heard the silence sink no moment at thy voice, but link by link went counting all my chains, as if that so they never could fall off at any blow, struck by thy possible hand. Why, thus I drink of life's great cup of wonder, wonderful never to feel thee thrill the day or night with personal act or speech, nor ever cull some prescience of thee with the blossoms white thou sawest growing. Atheists are as dull who cannot guess God's presence out of sight. Is it indeed so? If I lay here dead, wouldst thou miss any life in losing mine? And would the sun for thee more coldly shine because of grave damps falling round my head? I marvelled, my beloved, when I read thy thought so in the letter. I am thine, but so much to thee? Can I pour thy wine while my hands tremble? Then my soul, instead of dreams of death, resumes life's lower range. Then love me, love, look on me, breathe on me. As brighter ladies do not count it strange for love to give up acres and degree, I yield the grave for thy sake, and exchange my near sweet view of heaven for earth with thee. Thou comest, all is said without a word. I sit beneath thy looks as children do in the noon sun, with souls that tremble through their happy eyelids from an unaverred yet prodigal inward joy. Behold, I erred in that last doubt, and yet I cannot rue the sin most, but the occasion, that we two should for a moment stand unministered by a mutual presence. Ah, keep near and close, thou dove-like help! And when my fears would rise, with thy broad heart serenely interpose. Brood down with thy divine sufficiencies these thoughts which tremble when bereft of those, like callow birds left desert to the skies. If I leave all for thee, wilt thou exchange and be all to me? Shall I never miss home talk and blessing and the common kiss that comes to each in turn, nor count it strange when I look up to drop on a new range of walls and floors, another home than this? Nay, wilt thou fill that place by me which is filled by dead eyes too tender to know change? That's hardest. If to conquer love has tried to conquer grief, tries more, as all things prove. For grief indeed is love, and grief beside. Alas, I have grieved so I am hard to love. Yet love me, wilt thou? Open thine heart wide, and fold within the wet wings of thy dove. Because thou hast the power and ownest the grace to look through and behind this mask of me, against which years have beat thus blanchingly with their rains, and behold my soul's true face, the dim and weary witness of life's race. Because thou hast the faith and love to see, through that same soul's distracting lethargy, the patient angel waiting for a place in the new heavens. Because nor sin nor woe, nor God's infliction, nor death's neighborhood, nor all which others viewing turn to go, nor all which makes me tired of all self-viewed. Nothing repels thee. Dearest, teach me so to pour out gratitude as thou dost good. How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. I love thee to the depth and breadth and height my soul can reach when feeling out of sight for the ends of being and ideal grace. I love thee to the level of every day's most quiet need, by sun and candlelight. I love thee freely as men strive for right. I love thee purely as they turn from praise. I love thee with the passion put to use in my old griefs and with my childhood's faith. I love thee with a love I seem to lose with my lost saints. I love thee with the breath, smiles, tears of all my life, and if God choose I shall but love thee better after death. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
From the Epithalamium by Edmund Spenser. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Open the temple gates unto my love. Open them wide, that she may enter in. And all the posts adorn as doth behove, and all the pillars deck with garlands trim. For to receive this saint with honour due, that cometh in to you. With trembling steps and humble reverence, she cometh in before the Almighty's view. Of her, ye virgins, learn obedience, when so you come into those holy places, to humble your proud faces. Bring her up to the high altar, that she may the sacred ceremonies there partake, the which do endless matrimony make, and let the roaring organs loudly play the praises of the Lord in lively notes, the whiles with hollow throats the choristers the joyous anthem sing, that all the woods may answer and their echo ring. Behold, whiles she before the altar stands, hearing the holy priest that to her speaks, and blesseth her with his two happy hands. How the red roses flush up in her cheeks, and the pure snow with goodly vermeil stain, like crimson dyed in grain, that even the angels which continually about the sacred altar do remain, forget their service, and about her fly, of peeping in her face that seems more fair, the more they on it stare. But her sad eyes, still fastened on the ground, are governed with goodly modesty, that suffers not one look to glance awry, which may let in a little thought unsound. Why blush ye, love, to give to me your hand, the pledge of all our band? Sing, ye sweet angels, alleluia, sing, that all the woods may answer, and your echo ring. End of poem. Read by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. This recording is in the public domain.
A Complaint by William Wordsworth. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Izzy Barbieri. There is a change, and I am poor. Your love hath been, nor long ago, a fountain at my fond heart's door, whose only business was to flow. And flow it did, not taking heed of its own bounty, or my need. What happy moments did I count! Blessed was I than all bliss above, now for that consecrated fount of murmuring, sparkling, living love. What have I? Shall I dare to tell? A comfortless and hidden well. A well of love, it may be deep, I trust it is, and never dry. What matter, if the waters sleep in silence and obscurity? Such change, and at the very door of my fond heart, hath made me poor. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To Anthea by Robert Herrick. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Bid me to live, and I will live, thy Protestant to be, or bid me love, and I will give a loving heart to thee. A heart as soft, a heart as kind, a heart as sound and free, as in the whole world thou canst find, that heart I give to thee. Bid that heart stay, and it will stay, to honor thy decree, or bid it languish quite away, and shall do so for thee. Bid me to weep, and I will weep, while I have eyes to see, and having none, yet I will keep a heart to weep for thee. Bid me despair, and I'll despair under that cypress tree, or bid me die, and I will dare in death to die for thee. Thou art my life, my love, my heart, the very eyes of me, and hast command of every part to live and die for thee. End of poem. Read by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. This recording is in the public domain.
Passages from Paradise Lost by John Milton. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Under his forming hands a creature grew, man-like but different sex, so lovely fair, that what seemed fair in all the world seemed now mean, or in her summed up, in her contained, and in her look, which from that time infused sweetness into my heart, unfelt before, and into all things from her air inspired, the spirit of love and amorous delight. She disappeared, and left me dark. I waked to find her, or for ever to deplore her loss, and other pleasures all abjure. When out of hope beheld her not far off, such as I saw her in my dreams, adorned with what all earth or heaven could bestow, to make her amiable. On she came, led by her heavenly Maker, though unseen, and guided by his voice, nor uninformed of nuptial sanctity and marriage rites. Grace was in all her steps, heaven in her eye, in every gesture dignity and love. If death consort with thee, death is to me as life. So forcible within my heart I feel the bond of nature draw me to my own in thee, for what thou art is mine. Our state cannot be severed, we are one flesh. To lose thee were to lose myself. With thee to go is to stay here. Without thee here to stay is to go hence unwilling. Thou to me art all things under heaven, all places thou, who for my wilful crime art banished hence. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Song, I Prithee Send Me Back My Heart, by Sir John Suckling. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Audrey Fairchild. I prithee send me back my heart, since I cannot have thine. For if from yours you will not part, why then shouldst thou have mine? Yet now I think on't, let it lie. To find it were in vain, for thou'st a thief in either eye, would steal it back again. Why should two hearts in one breast lie, and yet not lodge together? O love, where is thy sympathy, if thus our breasts thou sever? But love is such a mystery, I cannot find it out. For when I think I'm best resolved, I then am in most doubt. Then farewell care, and farewell woe, I will no longer pine, for I'll believe I have her heart, as much as she has mine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Match by Algernon Charles Swinburne. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Audrey Fairchild. If love were what the rose is, and I were like the leaf, our lives would grow together in sad or singing weather, blown fields or flowerful closes, green pleasure or grey grief. If love were what the rose is, and I were like the leaf. If I were what the words are, and love were like the tune, with double sound and single delight our lips would mingle, with kisses glad as birds are that get sweet rain at noon. If I were what the words are, and love were like the tune. If you were life, my darling, and I your love were death, we'd shine and snow together, ere March made sweet the weather, with daffodil and starling, and hours of fruitful breath. If you were life, my darling, and I your love were death. If you were thrall to sorrow, and I were page to joy, we'd play for lives and seasons, with loving looks and treasons, and tears of night and morrow, and laughs of maid and boy. If you were thrall to sorrow, and I were page to joy. If you were April's lady, and I were lord in May, we'd throw with leaves for hours, and draw for days with flowers, till day like night were shady, and night were bright like day. If you were April's lady, and I were lord in May. If you were queen of pleasure, and I were king of pain, we'd hunt down love together, pluck out his flying feather, and teach his feet a measure, and find his mouth a rein. If you were queen of pleasure, and I were king of pain. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lines by John Keats. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Unfelt, unheard, unseen, I've left my little queen, her languid arms in silver slumber lying. Ah, through their nestling touch, who can tell how much there is for madness, cruel or complying? Those fairy lids, how sleek! Those lips, how moist! They speak in ripest quiet shadows of sweet sounds. Into my fancy's ear, melting a burden dear, how love doth know no fullness and no bounds. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
If to thy heart I were as near, by William Motherwell, recorded for LibriVox.org. If to thy heart I were as near, as thou art near to mine, I'd hardly care though the year nae sun on earth should shine, my dear, nae sun on earth should shine. Twin starries are thy glancing een, a world they lit and mair, and gin that ye be my Christine, a blink to me ye'll spare, my dear, a blink to me ye'll spare. My leesome May I've wooed too lang, aneath the Tristan tree, I've sung till a' the plantains rain. Will lays o' love for thee, my dear, will lays o' love for thee. The dew drops glisten on the green, the laverlocks lilt on high. Will forth and down the lane, Christine, and kiss when nane is nigh, my dear, and kiss when nane is nigh. End of poem. Read by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. This recording is in the public domain.
Kaylee by Frances W. Bourdillon. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Nancy Beard. If stars were really watching eyes of angel armies in the skies, I should forget all watchers there, and only for your glances care. And if your eyes were really stars, with leagues that none can meet for bars, to keep me from their longed-for day, I could not feel more far away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Gathered Roses by Frances W. Bourdillon. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Nancy Beard. Only a bee made prisoner, caught in a gathered rose. Was he not ware a flower so fair, for the first gatherer grows? Only a heart made prisoner, going out free no more. Was he not ware a face so fair, must have been gathered before? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Time I've Lost in Wooing by Thomas Moore. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Nancy Beard. The time I've lost in wooing, in watching and pursuing, the light that lies in woman's eyes has been my heart's undoing. Though wisdom oft has sought me, I scorned the lore she brought me. My only books were woman's looks, and folly's all they've taught me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
John Anderson, My Joe, by Robert Burns. Recorded for LibriVox.org. John Anderson, my Jo, John, when we were first acquaint. Your locks were like the raven, your bonny brow was brent. But now your brow is belled, John, your locks are like the snaw. But blessings on your frosty pow for John Anderson, my Jo. John Anderson, my Jo, John, we clamb the hill together, and mony a canty day, John, we've had wi' ane anither. Now we maun totter down, John, but hand in hand we'll go, and sleep together at the foot, John Anderson, my Jo. End of poem. Read by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. This recording is in the public domain.
Faded Leaves by Matthew Arnold. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The river. Still glides the stream, slow drops the boat, under the rustling poplar's shade. Silent the swans beside us float. None speaks, none heeds. Ah, turn thy head. Let those arch eyes now softly shine, that mocking mouth grow sweetly bland. Ah, let them rest, those eyes, on mine let rest thy lovely hand. My pent-up tears oppress my brain, my heart is swoln with love unsaid. Ah, let me weep and tell my pain, and on thy shoulder rest my head. Before I die, before the soul, which now is mine, must reattain immunity from my control, and wander round the world again. Before this teased or laboured heart for ever leaves its vain employ, dead to its deep habitual smart, and dead to hopes of future joy. Too late. Each on his own strict line we move, and some find death ere they find love. So far apart their lives are thrown from the twin soul that halves their own. And sometimes by still harder fate the lovers meet, but meet too late. Thy heart is mine, true, true, ah, true. Then, love, thy hand. Ah, no, adieu. Longing. Come to me in my dreams, and then by day I shall be well again. For then the night will more than pay the hopeless longing of the day. Come as thou camest 1,000 times, a messenger from radiant climes, and smile on thy new world, and be as kind to others as to me. Or as thou never camest in sooth, come now and let me dream it truth, and part my hair, and kiss my brow, and say, my love, why sufferest thou? Come to me in my dreams, and then by day I shall be well again. For then the night will more than pay the hopeless longing of the day. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Urania by Matthew Arnold. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. She smiles and smiles, and will not sigh, while we for hopeless passion die. Yet she could love, those eyes declare, were but men nobler than they are. Eagerly once her gracious ken was turned upon the sons of men. But like the serious visage grew, she looked and smiled and saw them through. Our petty souls, our strutting wits, our laboured puny passion fits, ah, may she scorn them still till we scorn them as bitterly as she. Yet show her once, ye heavenly powers, one of some worthier race than ours, one for whose sake she once might prove how deeply she who scorns can love. His eyes be like the starry lights, his voice like sounds of summer nights, in all his lovely mien let pierce the magic of the universe. And she to him will reach her hand, and gazing in his eyes will stand, and know her friend, and weep for glee, and cry, long, long I've looked for thee. Then will she weep with smiles till then, coldly she mocks the sons of men. Till then her lovely eyes maintain their pure, unwavering, deep disdain. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Sir Lancelot and Queen Guinevere by Alfred Lord Tennyson. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. A fragment. Like souls that balance joy and pain with tears and smiles from heaven again, the maiden spring upon the plain came in a sunlit fall of rain. In crystal vapour everywhere, blue isles of heaven laughed between, and far in forest deeps unseen, the topmost elm tree gathered green from draughts of balmy air. Sometimes the linnet piped his song, sometimes the throstle whistled strong, sometimes the sparhawk wheeled along, hushed all the groves from fear of wrong. By grassy capes with fuller sound, in curves the yellowing river ran, and drooping chestnut buds began to spread into the perfect fan above the teeming ground. Then, in the boyhood of the year, Sir Lancelot and Queen Guinevere rode through the coverts of the deer with blissful treble ringing clear. She seemed a part of joyous spring, a gown of grass-green silk she wore, buckled with golden clasps before, a light green tuft of plumes she bore, closed in a golden ring. Now on some twisted ivy net, now by some tinkling rivulet, in mosses mixed with violet, her cream-white mule his pastern set. And fleeter now she skimmed the plains than she whose elfin prancer springs by night to eerie warblings, when all the glimmering moorland rings with jingling bridle reins. As she fled fast through sun and shade, the happy winds upon her played, blowing the ringlet from the braid. She looked so lovely as she swayed the rein with dainty finger tips, a man had given all other bliss, and all his worldly worth for this, to waste his whole heart in one kiss upon her perfect lips. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Guinevere by Alfred Lord Tennyson. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. But I was first of all the kings who drew the knighthood errant of this realm, and all the realms together under me their head, in that fair order of my table round, a glorious company, the flower of men, to serve as model for the mighty world, and be the fair beginning of a time. I made them lay their hands in mine and swear to reverence the king as if he were their conscience, and their conscience as their king, to break the heathen and uphold the Christ, to ride abroad redressing human wrongs, to speak no slander, no, nor listen to it, to lead sweet lives in purest chastity, to love one maiden only, cleave to her, and worship her by years of noble deeds, until they won her, for indeed I knew of no more subtle master under heaven than is the maiden passion for a maid. Not only to keep down the base in man, but teach high thought and amiable words, and courtliness, and the desire of fame, and love of truth, and all that makes a man. Yet think not that I come to urge thy crimes, I did not come to curse thee, Guinevere. I, whose vast pity almost make me die, to see thee laying there thy golden head, my pride in happier summers, at my feet, the wrath which forced my thoughts on that fierce law, the doom of treason and the flaming death, when first I learnt thee hidden here, is past. The pang, which while I weighed thy heart with one, too wholly true to dream untruth in thee, made my tears burn, is also past in part, and all is past. The sin is sinned, and lo, I forgive thee, as eternal God forgives. Do thou for thine own soul the rest. But how to take last leave of all I loved? O golden hair with which I used to play, not knowing, O imperial moulded form, and beauty such as never woman wore, until it came a kingdom's curse with thee. I cannot touch thy lips, they are not mine, but Lancelot's, nay, they never were the king's. I cannot take thy hand, that too is flesh, and in the flesh thou hast sinned, and mine own flesh, here looking down on thine polluted cries, I loathe thee, yet not less, O Guinevere, for I was ever virgin save for thee. My love through flesh hath wrought into my life, so far that my doom is I love thee still. Let no man dream but that I love thee still, perchance, and so thou purify thy soul, and so thou lean on our fair Father Christ. Hereafter in that world where all are pure, we two may meet before high God, and thou wilt spring to me and claim me thine, and know I am thine husband, not a smaller soul, nor Lancelot, nor another. Leave me that, I charge thee, my last hope. Now must I hence. Through the thick night I hear the trumpet blow. They summon me their king to lead mine hosts far down to that great battle in the west, where I must strike against the man they call my sister's son, no kin of mine, who leagues with lords of the White Horse, heathen and knights, traitors, and strike him dead, and meet myself death, or I know not what mysterious doom, and thou remaining here wilt learn the event. But hither shall I never come again, never lie by thy side, see thee no more. Farewell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Although Thou Maun Never Be Mine by Robert Burns. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Although thou maun never be mine, although even hope is denied, 'tis sweeter for thee despairing than aught in the world beside. Jessie. I mourn through the gay gaudy day, as hopeless I muse on thy charms, but welcome the dream, O sweet slumber, for then I am locked in thy arms, Jessie. I guess by the dear angel's smile, I guess by the love rolling But why urge the tender confession 'gainst fortune's cruel decree? Jessie. End of poem. Read by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. This recording is in the public domain.
Changes by Robert Bulwer Lytton. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Whom first we love, you know, we seldom wed. Time rules us all. And life indeed is not the thing we planned it out ere hope was dead. And then we women cannot choose our lot. Much must be borne which it is hard to bear, much given away which it were sweet to keep. God help us all, who need indeed His care, and yet I know the Shepherd loves His sheep. My little boy begins to babble now upon my knee his earliest infant prayer. He has his father's eager eyes, I know, and they say too his mother's sunny hair. But when he sleeps and smiles upon my knee, and I can feel his light breath come and go, I think of one, Heaven help and pity me, who loved me and whom I loved long ago. Who might have been, what I dare not think. We are all changed. God judges for us best. God help us to do our duty and not to shrink, and trust in Heaven humbly for the rest. But blame us women not if some appear too cold at times, and some too gay and light. Some griefs gnaw deep, some woes are hard to bear. Who knows the past, and who can judge us right? Ah, were we judged by what we might have been, and not by what we are, too apt to fall. My little child, he sleeps and smiles between these thoughts and me. In heaven we shall know all. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Two Loves by Adelaide Ann Proctor. Read for LibriVox.org by Redrun. Deep within my heart of hearts, dear, bound with all its strings, two loves are together reigning, both are crowned like kings. While my life, still uncomplaining, rests beneath their wings. So they both will rule my heart, dear, till it cease to beat. No sway can be deeper, stronger, truer, more complete, growing as it lasts the longer, sweeter and more sweet. One all life and time transfigures, piercing through and through meaner things with magic splendor, old, yet ever new. This, so strong and yet so tender, is my love for you. Should it fail, forgive my doubting in this world of pain. Yet my other love would ever steadfastly remain, and I know that I could never turn to that in vain. Though its radiance may be fainter, yet its task is wide, for it lives to comfort sorrows, strengthen, calm, and guide, and from trust and honor borrows all its peace and pride. Will you blame my dreaming, even if the first were flown? Ah, I would not live without it, it is all your own. And the other, can you doubt it? Yours and yours alone. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
King and Slave by Adelaide Ann Proctor. Recorded for LibriVox.org. If in my soul, dear, an omen should dwell, bidding me pause ere I love thee too well, if the whole circle of noble and wise with stern forebodings between us should rise, I will tell them, dear, that love reigns, a king, where storms cannot reach him, and words cannot sting. He counts it dishonor his faith to recall. He trusts, and forever he gives and gives all. I will tell thee, dear, that love is a slave, who dreads thought of freedom as life dreads the grave. And if doubt or peril of change there may be, such fear would but drive him still nearer to thee. End of poem. Read by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. This recording is in the public domain.
Love by Mrs. Browning. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. We cannot live except thus mutually we alternate, aware or unaware, the reflex act of life. And when we bear our virtue onward most impulsively, most full of invocation, and to be most instantly compellent, certes, there we live most life, whoever breathes most air, and counts his dying years by sun and sea. But when a soul, by choice and conscience, doth throw out her full force on another soul, the conscience and the concentration both make mere life love. For life in perfect whole and aim consummated is love in sooth, as nature's magnet heat rounds pole with pole. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Fidelis by Adelaide Ann Proctor. Recorded for LibriVox.org. You have taken back the promise that you spoke so long ago, taken back the heart you gave me. I must even let it go. Where love once had breathed, pride dieth. So I struggled, but in vain, first to keep the links together, then to piece the broken chain. But it might not be so freely. All your friendship I restore, and the heart that I had taken as my own for evermore. No shade of reproach shall touch you. Dread no more a claim from me. But I will not have you fancy that I count myself as free. I am bound by the old promise. What can break that golden chain? Not even the words that you have spoken, or the sharpness of my pain. Do you think because you fail me, and draw back your hand today, that from out the heart I gave you, my strong love can fade away? It will live, no eyes may see it. In my soul it will lie deep, hidden from all, but I shall feel it, often stirring in its sleep. So remember that the friendship, which you now think poor and vain, will endure in hope and patience till you ask for it again. Perhaps in some long twilight hour, like those we have known of old, when past shadows gather round you, and your present friends grow cold, you may stretch your hands out towards me. Ah, you will, I know not when. I shall nurse my love and keep it faithfully for you till then. End of poem. Read by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. This recording is in the public domain.
A Love Token by Adelaide Ann Proctor. Read for LibriVox.org by Redrun. Do you grieve no costly offering to the lady you can make? One there is, and gifts less worthy queens have stooped to take. Take a heart of virgin silver, fashion it with heavy blows, cast it into love's hot furnace, when it fiercest glows. With pain's sharpest point transfix it, and then carve in letters fair tender dreams and quaint devices, fancies sweet and rare. Set within it hope's blue sapphire, many changing opal fears, blood-red ruby stones of daring, mixed with pearly tears. And when you have wrought and labored till the gift is all complete, you may humbly lay your offering at the lady's feet. Should her mood perchance be gracious, with disdainful smiling pride, she will place it with the trinkets glittering at her side. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To Mary in Heaven by Robert Burns, recorded for LibriVox.org. Thou, lingering star, with lessening ray, that lov'st to greet the early morn, again thou usher'st in the day. My Mary from my soul was torn. O Mary, dear departed shade, where is thy place of blissful rest? Seest thou thy lover lowly laid? Hear'st thou the groans that rend his breast? That sacred hour can I forget? Can I forget the hallowed grove, where by the winding ire we met, to live one day of parting love? Eternity will not efface those records dear of transports past, thy image at our last embrace. Ah, little thought we 'twas our last. Ere gurgling kissed his pebbled shore, o'erhung with wildwood's thickening green, the fragrant birch and hawthorn hoar twined amorous round the raptured scene. The flowers sprang wanton to be pressed, the birds sang love on every spray, till too soon, the glowing west proclaimed the speed of winged day. Still o'er these scenes my memory wakes, and fondly broods with miser care. Time but the impression deeper makes, as streams their channels deeper wear. My Mary, dear departed shade, where is thy blissful place of rest? Seest thou thy lover lowly laid? Hear'st thou the groans that rend his breast? End of poem. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 7th of August, 2022. This recording is in the public domain.
Marguerite Alone at Her Spinning Wheel by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. From Faust. My heart is oppressed, my peace is o'er, I know no rest, no, never more. The world's a grave where he is not, and grief is now my bitter lot. My wildered brain is overwrought, my feeble senses are distraught. My heart's oppressed, my peace is o'er, I know no rest, no, never more. For him I watch the livelong day, for him alone abroad I stray. His lofty step, his bearing high, the smile of his lip, the power of his eye, his witching words, their tones of bliss, his hand's fond pressure, and then his kiss. My heart's oppressed, my peace is o'er, I know no rest, no, never more. My bosom aches to feel him near, ah, could I clasp and fold him here! In love's fond blisses entranced I'd lie, and die on his kisses in ecstasy. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Margaret to Dulcinea by Charles Kingsley, recorded for LibriVox.org. Ask if I love thee, oh smiles cannot tell, plainer what tears are now showing too well. Had I not loved thee, my sky had been clear. Had I not loved thee, I had not been here, weeping by thee. Ask if I love thee, how else could I borrow pride from man's slander and strength from my sorrow? Laugh when they sneer at the fanatic's bride, knowing no bliss save to toil and abide, weeping by thee. End of poem. Read by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. This recording is in the public domain. Dulcinea to Margaret by Charles Kingsley, recorded for LibriVox.org. The world goes up and the world goes down, and the sunshine follows the rain, and yesterday's sneer and yesterday's frown can never come over again. Sweet wife, no, never come over again. For woman is warm, though man be cold, and the night will follow the day, till the heart which at even was weary and old can rise in the morning gay. Sweet wife, to its work in the morning gay. End of poem. Read by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. This recording is in the public domain.
Love's Omnipresence by J. Sylvester. Read for LibriVox.org by Stepheather. Were I as base as is the lowly plain, and you, my love, as high as heaven above, yet should the thoughts of me, your humble swain, ascend to heaven, in honour of my love. Were I as high as heaven above the plain, and you, my love, as humble and as low as are the deepest bottoms of the main, wheresoe'er you were, with you my love should go. Were you the earth, dear love, and I the skies, my love should shine on you like to the sun, and look upon you with 10,000 eyes, till heaven waxed blind, and till the world were done. Wheresoe'er I am, below or else above you, wheresoe'er you are, my heart shall truly love you. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Inclusions by Mrs. Browning, recorded for LibriVox.org. 1. Oh, wilt thou have my hand, dear, to lie along in thine? As a little stone in a running stream, it seems to lie and pine. Now drop the poor pale hand, dear, unfit to plight with thine. 2. Oh, wilt thou have my cheek, dear, drawn closer to thine own? My cheek is white, my cheek is worn by many a tear run down. Now leave a little space, dear, lest it should wet thine own. 3. Oh, must thou have my soul, dear, commingled with thy soul? Red grows the cheek and warm the hand, the part is in the whole. Nor hands nor cheeks keep separate when soul is joined to soul. End of poem. Read by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. This recording is in the public domain. Insufficiency by Mrs. Browning. Recorded for LibriVox.org. 1. There is no one beside thee, and no one above thee. Thou standest alone, as the nightingale sings. Yet my words that would praise thee are impotent things, for none can express thee, though all should approve thee. I love thee so, dear, that I only can love thee. 2. Say what can I do for thee, weary thee, grieve thee, lean on my shoulder, new burdens to add? Weep my tears over thee, making thee sad? Oh, hold me not, love me not, let me retrieve thee. I love thee so, dear, that I only can leave thee. End of poem. Read by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. This recording is in the public domain.
In wunderschönen Monat Mai by Heinrich Heine, translated by Sir Theodore Martin, recorded for LibriVox.org. 'Twas in the glorious month of May, when all the buds were blowing, I felt, ah me, how sweet it was, love in my heart a-growing. 'Twas in the glorious month of May, when all the birds were quiring, in burning words I told her all, my yearning, my aspiring. End of poem. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 1st of August, 2022. This recording is in the public domain.
When ich in deiner Augen say, by Heinrich Heine. Translated by Alma Stretto. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. When ich in deiner Augen say, dear, when I look into thine eyes, my deepest sorrow straightway flies. But when I kiss thy mouth, ah, then no thought remains of bygone pain. And when I lean upon thy breast, no dream of heaven could be more blessed. But when thou sayest thou lovest me, I fall to weeping bitterly. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Thou Lovest Me Not by Heinrich Heine. Translated by Mrs. Browning. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Lawley. Thou lovest me not, thou lovest me not, 'tis scarcely worth a sigh. Let me look in thy face, and no king in his place is a gladder man than I. Thou hatest me well, thou hatest me well, thy little red mouth has told. Let it reach me a kiss, and, however it is, my child, I am well consoled. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Du bist wie eine Blume by Heinrich Heine. Translated by Kate Freilegrath Kraker. Recorded for LibriVox.org. E'en as a lovely flower, so fair, so pure thou art, I gaze on thee, and sadness comes stealing o'er my heart. My hands I fain had folded upon thy soft brown hair, praying that God may keep thee so lovely, pure, and fair. End of poem. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 1st of August, 2022. This recording is in the public domain.
Ad Phenum by Henrik Heine. Translated by Mrs. Browning. Recorded for LibriVox.org. 1. The years they come and go, the races drop in the grave, yet never the love doth sow, which in my heart I have. 2. Could I see thee but once, one day, and sink down so on my knee, and die in thy sight while I say, Lady, I love but thee. End of poem. Read by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. This recording is in the public domain.
Sapphire sind die Augen dein by Heinrich Heine. Translated by Alma Stratel. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Two sapphires, those dear eyes of thine, soft as the skies above thee. Thrice happy is the man to whom those dear eyes say, I love thee. A diamond is thy heart that gleams with rays of purest fire. Thrice happy is the man for whom it glows with love's desire. Two rubies are those lips of thine, unrivaled in fresh glory. Thrice happy is the man to whom they whisper their love story. Could I but find that lucky man, but meet that happy lover, meet him alone in some dark wood, his joy would soon be over. End of poem. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 12th of August, 2022. This recording is in the public domain.
Tristram and Iseult by Matthew Arnold. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Narration by Redrun.
Tristram by Greg Giordano.
The Page by Alan Lawley.
Is she not come? The messenger was sure. Prop me upon the pillows once again. Raise me, my page, this cannot long endure. Christ, what a night! How the sleet whips the pane! What lights will those out to the northward be?
The lanterns of the fishing boats at sea.
Soft! Who is that stands by the dying fire?
Iseult.
Ah, not the Iseult I desire.
What knight is this, so weak and pale, though the locks are yet brown on his noble head, propped on pillows in his bed, gazing seaward for the light of some ship that fights the gale on this wild December night? Over the sick man's feet is spread a dark green forest dress. A gold harp leans against the bed, ruddy in the fire's light. I know him by his harp of gold, famous in Arthur's court of old. I know him by his forest dress, the peerless hunter, harper, knight, Tristram of Lyonesse. What lady is this whose silk attire gleams so rich in the light of the fire? The ringlets on her shoulders lying, in their flitting lustre vying with the clasp of burnished gold which her heavy robe doth hold. Her looks are mild, her fingers slight as the driven snow are white, but her cheeks are sunk and pale. Is it that the bleak sea gale, beating from the Atlantic Sea on this coast of Brittany, nips too keenly the sweet flower? Is it that a deep fatigue hath come on her, a chilly fear, passing all her youthful hour, spinning with her maidens here, listlessly through the window bars, gazing seawards many a league from her lonely shore-built tower, while the knights are at the wars? Or perhaps has her young heart felt already some deeper smart of those that in secret the heartstrings rive, leaving her sunk and pale, though fair? Who is this snowdrop by the sea? I know her by her mildness rare, her snow-white hands, her golden hair. I know her by her rich silk dress, and her fragile loveliness. The sweetest Christian soul alive, Iseult of Brittany. Iseult of Brittany, but where is that other Iseult fair? That proud first Iseult, Cornwall's queen? She whom Tristram's ship of yore from Ireland to Cornwall bore, to Tintagel, to the side of King Mark to be his bride. She who, as they voyaged, quaffed with Tristram that spiced magic draught, which since then forever rolls through their blood and binds their souls, working love, but working teen. There were two Iseults who did sway each her hour of Tristram's day, but one possessed his waning time, the other his resplendent prime. Behold her here, the patient flower, who possessed his darker hour. Iseult of the snow-white hand watches pale by Tristram's bed. She is here who had his gloom. Where art thou who hadst his bloom? One such kiss as those of yore might thy dying knight restore. Does the love draught work no more? Art thou cold, or false, or dead, Iseult of Ireland? Loud howls the wind, sharp patters the rain, and the knight sinks back on his pillows again. He is weak with fever and pain, and his spirit is not clear. Hark, he mutters in his sleep, as he wanders far from here, changes place and time of year, and his closed eye doth sweep o'er some fair unwintry sea, not this fierce Atlantic deep, while he mutters brokenly,
The calm sea shines, loose hang the vessel's sails, before us are the sweet green fields of Wales, and overhead the cloudless sky of May. Ah, would I were in those green fields at play, not pent on shipboard this delicious day. Tristram, I pray thee of thy courtesy, reach me my golden cup that stands by thee, but pledge me in it first for courtesy. Ha! Dost thou start? Are thy lips blanched like mine? Child, 'tis no water this, 'tis poisoned wine, Iseult.
Ah, sweet angels, let him dream, keep his eyelids, let him seem not this fever-wasted wight, thinned and paled before his time, but the brilliant youthful knight in the glory of his prime. Sitting in the gilded barge, at thy side thou lovely charge, bending gaily o'er thy hand, Iseult of Ireland. And she too, that princess fair, if her bloom be now less rare, let her have her youth again, let her be as she was then. Let her have her proud dark eyes, and her petulant quick replies. Let her sweep her dazzling hand with its gesture of command, and shake back her raven hair with the old imperious air. As of old, so let her be, that first Iseult, princess bright, chatting with her youthful knight, as he steers her o'er the sea, quitting at her father's will the green isle where she was bred, and her bower in Ireland for the surge-beat Cornish strand, where the prince whom she must wed dwells on loud Tintagel's hill, high above the sounding sea. And that golden cup her mother gave her, that her future lord gave her, that King Mark and she might drink it on their marriage day, and forever love each other. Let her, as she sits on board, ah, sweet saints, unwittingly see it shine and take it up, and to Tristram laughing say, Sir Tristram, of thy courtesy, pledge me in my golden cup. Let them drink it, let their hands tremble and their cheeks be flame, as they feel the fatal bands of a love they dare not name. With a wild, delicious pain twine about their hearts again. Let the early summer be once more round them, and the sea blue, and o'er its mirror kind let the breath of the May wind, wandering through their drooping sails, die on the green fields of Wales. Let a dream like this restore what his eye must see no more.
Chill blows the wind, the Pleasance walks are drear. Madcap, what jest was this, to meet me here, where feet like those made for so wild a way? The southern winter parlour by my fay had been the likeliest trysting place to-day. Tristram, nay, nay, thou must not take my hand. Tristram, sweet love, we are betrayed, outplanned. Fly, save thyself, save me, I dare not stay. One last kiss first, 'tis vain to horse away.
Ah, sweet saints, his dream doth move faster surely than it should, from the fever in his blood. All the springtime of his love is already gone and past, and instead thereof is seen its winter which endureth still, Tintagel on its surge-beat hill, the Pleasance walks, the weeping queen, the flying leaves, the straining blast, and that long wild kiss, their last. And this rough December night and his burning fever pain mingle with his hurrying dream, till they rule it, till he seem the pressed fugitive again, the love-desperate banished knight, with a fire in his brain, flying o'er the stormy main. Whither does he wander now? Haply in his dreams the wind wafts him here, and lets him find the lovely orphan child again, in her castle by the coast, the youngest, fairest chatelaine that this realm of France can boast, our snowdrop by the Atlantic sea, Iseult of Brittany. And for through the haggard air, the stained arms, the matted hair of that stranger knight ill-starred, there gleamed something which recalled the Tristram who in better days was Lancelot's guest at Joyous Gard, welcomed here and here installed, tended of his fever here. Haply he seems again to move his young guardian's heart with love, in his exiled loneliness, in his stately deep distress, without a word, without a tear. Ah, 'tis well he should retrace his tranquil life in this lone place, his gentle bearing at the side of his timid, youthful bride, his long rambles by the shore on winter evenings when the roar of the near waves came sadly grand through the dark up the drowned sand. Or his endless reveries in the woods where the gleams play, on the grass under the trees, passing the long summer's day, idle as a mossy stone in the forest depths alone, the chase neglected and his hound couched beside him on the ground. Ah, what troubles on his brow! Hither let him wander now, hither to the quiet hours passed among this heath of ours, by the gray Atlantic sea, hours if not of ecstasy, from violent anguish surely free.
All red with blood the whirling river flows, the wide plain rings, the dazed air throbs with blows. Upon us are the chivalry of Rome, their spears are down, their steeds are bathed in foam. Up, Tristram, up, men cry, thou moonstruck knight! What foul fiend rides thee on into the fight? Above the din, her voice is in my ears. I see her form glide through the crossing spears. Iseult.
Ah, he wanders forth again, we cannot keep him now as then. There's a secret in his breast which will never let him rest. These musing fits in the green wood, they cloud the brain, they dull the blood. His sword is sharp, his horse is good. Beyond the mountains will he see the famous towns of Italy, and label with the blessed sign the heathen Saxons on the Rhine. At Arthur's side he fights once more with the Roman Emperor. There's many a gay knight where he goes will help him to forget his care, the march, the leaguer, heaven's blithe air, the neighing steeds, the ringing blows. Sick pining comes not where these are. Ah, what boots it that the jest lightens every other brow, what that every other breast dances as the trumpets blow? If one's heart beats not light on the waves of the tossed fight, if one's self cannot get free from the clog of misery, thy lovely youthful wife grows pale, watching by the salt sea tide, with her children at her side, for the gleam of thy white sail. Home, Tristram, to thy halls again, to our lonely sea complain, to our forests tell thy pain.
All round the forest sweeps off blackened shade, but it is moonlight in the open glade, and in the bottom of the glade shine clear the forest chapel and the fountain near. I think I have a fever in my blood. Come, let me leave the shadow of this wood, ride down and bathe my hot brow in the flood. Mild shines the cold spring in the moon's clear light. God, 'tis her face plays in the waters bright. Fair love, she says, canst thou forget so soon, at this soft hour, under this sweet moon? Iseult.
Ah, poor soul, if this be so, only death can balm thy woe. The solitudes of the green wood had no medicine for thy mood. The rushing battle cleared thy blood as little as did solitude. Ah, his eyelids slowly break their hot seals and let him wake. What new change shall we now see? A happier? Worse it cannot be.
Is my page here? Come, turn me to the fire. Upon the window panes the moon shines bright. The wind is down, but she'll not come to-night. Ah, no, she is asleep in Cornwall now. Far hence her dreams are fair, smooth is her brow. Of me she recks not, nor my vain desire. I have had dreams, my page. Would take a score years from a strong man's age, and with a blood like mine will leave, I fear, scant leisure for a second messenger. My princess, art thou there? Sweet, 'tis too late, to bed and sleep. My fever is gone by. To-night my page shall keep me company. Where do the children sleep? Kiss them for me. Poor child, thou art almost as pale as I. This comes of nursing long and watching late. To bed, good night.
She left the gleam-lit fireplace, she came to the bedside. She took his hands in hers, her tears down on her slender fingers rained. She raised her eyes upon his face, not with a look of wounded pride, a look as if the heart complained. Her look was like a sad embrace, the gaze of one who can divine a grief and sympathize. Sweet flower, thy children's eyes are not more innocent than thine. But they sleep in sheltered rest, like helpless babes in the warm nest. On the castle's southern side, where feebly comes the mournful roar of buffeting wind and surging tide through many a room and corridor. Full on their window the moon's ray makes their chamber as bright as day. It shines upon the blank white walls, and on the snowy pillow falls, and on two angel heads doth play. Turned to each other, the eyes closed, the lashes on the cheeks reposed, round each sweet brow the cap close set hardly lets peep the golden hair. Through the soft opened lips the air scarcely moves the coverlet. One little wandering arm is thrown at random on the counterpane, and often the fingers close in haste, as if their baby owner chased the butterflies again. This stir they have, and this alone. But else they are so still. Ah, tired madcaps, you lie still. But were you at the window now, to look forth on the fairy sight of your illumined haunts by night, to see the park glades where you play, far lovelier than they are by day, to see the sparkle on the eaves, and upon every giant bough of those old oaks whose wet red leaves are jeweled with bright drops of rain, how would your voices run again! And far beyond the sparkling trees of the castle park one sees the bare heaths spreading, clear as day, moor behind moor, far away, into the heart of Brittany, and here and there locked by the land, long inlets of smooth glittering sea, and many a stretch of watery sand. All shining in the white moonbeams, but you see fairer in your dreams. What voices are these on the clear night air? What lights in the court? What steps on the stair? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Tristram and Iseult Part 2. Iseult of Ireland by Matthew Arnold. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Narration by Redrun.
Tristram, read by Greg Giordano.
Iseult, read by Elise Rochelle.
Huntsman, read by Alan Mapstone.
Dames, read by Step Heather.
Raise the light, my page, that I may see her. Thou art come at last, then, haughty queen. Long I've waited, long I've fought my fever. Late thou comest, cruel thou hast been.
Blame me not, poor sufferer, that I tarried. Bound I was, I could not break the band. Chide not with the past, but feel the present. I am here, we meet, I hold thy hand.
Thou art come indeed, thou hast rejoined me. Thou hast dared it, but too late to save. Fear not now that men should tax thine honour. I am dying, build thou mayest my grave.
Tristram, for love of heaven, speak kindly. What, I hear these bitter words from thee. Sick with grief I am, and faint with travel. Take my hand, dear Tristram, look on me.
I forgot, thou comest from thy voyage. Yes, the spray is on thy cloak and hair. But thy dark eyes are not dimmed, proud Iseult, and thy beauty never was more fair.
Oh, harsh flatterer, let alone my beauty. I, like thee, have left my youth afar. Take my hand, and touch these wasted fingers. See my cheek and lips, how white they are.
Thou art paler, but thy sweet charm, Iseult, would not fade with the dull years away. Ah, how fair thou standest in the moonlight! I forgive thee, Iseult, thou wilt stay.
Fear me not, I will always be with thee. I will watch thee, tend thee, soothe thy pain, sing thee tales of true long-parted lovers joined at evening of their days again.
No, thou shalt not speak. I should be finding something altered in thy courtly tone. Sit, sit by me. I will think. We've lived so in the green wood all our lives alone.
Altered, Tristram? Not in courts, believe me. Love like mine is altered in the breast. Courtly life is light, and cannot reach it. It lives because so deep suppressed. What, thou thinkest men speak in courtly chambers words by which the wretched are consoled? What, thou thinkest this aching brow was cooler, circled, Tristram, by a band of gold? Royal state with Mark, my deep-wronged husband, that was bliss to make my sorrows flee. Silken courtiers, whispering honeyed nothings, those were friends to make me false to thee. On which, if both our lots were balanced, was indeed the heaviest burden thrown. Thee a pining exile in thy forest, me a smiling queen upon my throne. Vain and strange debate where both have suffered, both have passed a youth repressed and sad. Both have brought their anxious day to evening, and have now short space for being glad. Joined we are henceforth, nor will thy people, nor thy younger Iseult, take it ill that a formal rival shares her office when she sees her humbled, pale, and still. I a faded watcher by thy pillow, I a statue on thy chapel floor, poured in prayer before the Virgin Mother, rouse no anger, make no rivals more. She will cry, is this the foe I dreaded? This his idol, this that royal bride? Ah, an hour of health would purge his eyesight. Stay, pale queen, forever by my side. Hush, no words, that smile I see forgives me. I am now thy nurse, I bid thee sleep. Close thine eyes, this flooding moonlight blinds them. Nay, all's well again. Thou must not weep.
I am happy, yet I feel there's something swells my heart and takes my breath away. through a mist I see thee. Near, come nearer, bend, bend down, I yet have much to say.
Heaven, his head sinks back upon the pillow. Tristram, Tristram, let thy heart not fail. Call on God and on the holy angels. What love, courage! Christ, he is so pale.
Hush, 'tis vain. I feel my end approaching. This is what my mother said should be, when the fierce pains took her in the forest, the deep draughts of death in bearing me. Son, she said, thy name shall be of sorrow. Tristram art thou called for my death's sake. So she said, and died in the drear forest. Grief since then his home with me doth make. I am dying, start not, nor look wildly. Me, thy living friend, thou canst not save. But since living we were ununited, go not far, O Iseult, from my grave. Close mine eyes, then seek the Princess Iseult. Speak her fair, she is of royal blood. Say, I charged her that thou stay beside me. She will grant it, she is kind and good. Now to sail the seas of death I leave thee. One last kiss upon the living shore.
Tristram, Tristram, stay, receive me with thee. Iseult leaves thee, Tristram, nevermore.
You see them clear, the moon shines bright. Slow, slow, and softly where she stood, she sinks upon the ground, her hood had fallen back, her arms, outspread, still hold her lover's hands, her head is bowed half buried on the bed. O'er the blanched sheet her raven hair lies in disordered streams, and there, strung like white stars, the pearls still are, and the golden bracelets, heavy and rare, flash on her white arms still, the very same which yesternight flashed in the silver sconce's light, when the feast was gay and the laughter loud in Tynigel's palace proud. But then they decked a restless ghost, with hot flushed cheeks and brilliant eyes, and quivering lips on which the tide of courtly speech abruptly died, and a glance which over the crowded floor, the dancers and the festive host, flew ever to the door, that the knights eyed her in surprise, and the dames whispered scoffingly,
Her moods, good lack, they pass like showers, but yesternight and she would be as pale and still as withered flowers, and now to-night she laughs and speaks, and has a colour in her cheeks. Christ keep us from such fantasy.
Yes, now the longing is o'erpast, which, dogged by fear and fought by shame, shook her weak bosom day and night, consumed her beauty like a flame, and dimmed it like the desert blast. And though the curtains hide her face, yet were it lifted to the light, the sweet expression of her brow would charm the gazer till his thought erased the ravages of time, filled up the hollow cheek, and brought a freshness back as of her prime. So healing is her quiet now, so perfectly the lines express a tranquil, settled loveliness, her younger rival's purest grace. The air of the December night steals coldly around the chamber bright, where those lifeless lovers be. Swinging with it in the light flaps the ghost-like tapestry, and on the arras wrought you see a stately huntsman, clad in green, and round him a fresh forest scene. On that clear forest knoll he stays, with his pack round him, and delays. He stares and stares, with troubled face, at this huge gleam-lit fireplace, at that bright iron-figured door, and those blown rushes on the floor. He gazes down into the room, with heated cheeks and flurried air, and to himself he seems to say,
"What place is this? And who are they? Who is that kneeling lady fair? And on his pillows that pale knight, who seems of marble on a tomb? How comes it here, this chamber bright, through whose mullioned windows clear the castle court, all wet with rain, the drawbridge and the moat appear, and then the beach, and marked with spray the sunken reefs, and far away the unquiet bright Atlantic plain? What? Has some glamour made me sleep, and sent me with my dogs to sweep by night, with boisterous bugle peal, through some old seaside nightly hall, not in the free green wood at all? That knight's asleep, and at her prayer that lady by the bed doth kneel. Then hush, thou boisterous bugle peal."
The wild boar rustles in his lair, the fierce hounds snuff the tainted air, but lord and hounds keep rooted there. Cheer, cheer thy dogs into the brake, O hunter, and without a fear thy golden tasselled bugle blow, and through the glades thy pastime take, for thou wilt rouse no sleepers here. For these thou seest are unmoved, cold, cold as those who lived and loved 1,000 years ago. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Tristram and Iseult by Matthew Arnold. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Part 3. Iseult of Brittany. A year had flown, and o'er the sea away in Cornwall Tristram and Queen Iseult lay in King Mark's chapel in Tintagel old. There in a ship they bore those lovers cold. The young surviving Iseult one bright day had wandered forth. Her children were at play in a green circular hollow in the heath, which borders the sea shore. A country path creeps over it from the tilled fields behind. The hollow's grassy banks are soft inclined, and to one standing on them, far and near, the lone unbroken view spreads bright and clear over the waste. The cirque of open ground is light and green. The heather, which all round creeps thickly, grows not here, but the pale grass is strewn with rocks, and many a shivered mass of veined white gleaming quartz, and here and there dotted with holly trees and juniper. In the smooth centre of the opening stood 3 hollies side by side, and made a screen, warm with the winter sun, of burnished green with scarlet berries gemmed, the fell fare's food. Under the glittering hollies Iseult stands, watching her children play. Their little hands are busy gathering spars of quartz and streams of staghorn in their hats. Anon with screams of mad delight they drop their spoils, and bound among the holly clumps and broken ground, racing full speed, and startling in their rush the fell fares and the speckled missel thrush out of their glossy coverts. But when now their cheeks were flushed, and over each hot brow, under the feathered hats of the sweet pair, in blinding masses showered the golden hair, then Iseult called them to her, and the three clustered under the holly screen, and she told them an old world Breton history. Warm in their mantles wrapped, the three stood there, under the hollies in the clear still air, mantles with those rich furs deep glistening, which Venice ships do from swart Egypt bring. Long they stayed still, then, pacing at their ease, moved up and down under the glossy trees. But still, as they pursued their warm dry road, from Iseult's lips the unbroken story flowed, and still the children listened, their blue eyes fixed on their mother's face in wide surprise. Nor did their looks stray once to the seaside, nor to the brown heaths round them, bright and wide, nor to the snow, which, though 'twas all away from the open heath, still by the hedgerows lay, nor to the shining sea-fowl, that with screams bore up from where the bright Atlantic gleams, swooping to landward, nor to where, quite clear, the fell fares settled on the thickets near. And they would still have listened, till dark night came keen and chill down on the heather bright. But when the red glow on the sea grew cold, and the grey turrets of the castle old looked sternly through the frosty evening air, then Iseult took by the hand those children fair, and brought her tale to an end, and found the path, and led them home over the darkening heath. And is she happy? Does she see unmoved the days in which she might have lived and loved, slip without bringing bliss slowly away, one after one, tomorrow like today? Joy has not found her yet, nor ever will. Is it this thought which makes her mien so still, her features so fatigued, her eyes, though sweet, so sunk, so rarely lifted, save to meet her children's? She moves slow, her voice alone hath yet an infantine and silver tone, but even that comes languidly. In truth, she seems one dying in a mask of youth. And now she will go home, and softly lay her laughing children in their beds, and play a while with them before they sleep. And then she'll light her silver lamp, which fishermen dragging their nets through the rough waves afar, along this iron coast, know like a star, and take her broidery frame, and there she'll sit, hour after hour, her gold curls sweeping it, lifting her soft bent head only to mind her children, or to listen to the wind. And when the clock peals midnight, she will move her work away, and let her fingers rove across the shaggy brows of Tristram's hound, who lies guarding her feet along the ground. Or else she will fall musing, her blue eyes fixed, her slight hands clasped on her lap, then rise, and at her prie-dieu kneel, until she have told her rosary beads of ebony tipped with gold. Then to her soft sleep, and tomorrow will be today's exact repeated effigy. Yes, it is lonely for her in her hall. The children and the grey-haired seneschal, her women and Sir Tristram's aged hound, are there the sole companions to be found. But these she loves, and noisier life than this she would find ill to bear, weak as she is. She has her children too, and night and day is with them, and the wide heaths where they play, the hollies and the cliff and the sea-shore, the sand, the sea-birds, and the distant sails, these are to her dear as to them. The tales with which this day the children she beguiled gleamed from Breton grandams when a child, in every hut along this sea-coast wild. She herself loves them still, and, when they are told, can forget all to hear them as of old. Dear saints, it is not sorrow as I hear, not suffering which shuts up eye and ear to all that has delighted them before, and lets us be what we were once no more. No, we may suffer deeply, yet retain power to be moved and soothed for all our pain by what of old pleased us and will again. No, 'tis the gradual furnace of the world, in whose hot air our spirits are upcurled until they crumble, or else grow like steel, which kills in us the bloom, the youth, the spring, which leaves the fierce necessity to feel, but takes away the power. This can avail, by drying up our joy in everything, to make our former pleasures all seem stale. This, or some tyrannous single thought, some fit of passion, which subdues our soul to it, till for its sake alone we live and move. Call it ambition, or remorse, or love. This too can change us wholly, and make seem all which we did before shadow and dream. And yet, I swear, it angers me to see how this fool passion gulls men potently, being in truth but a diseased unrest, and an unnatural overheat at best. How they are full of languor and distress, not having it, which when they do possess, they straightway are burnt up with fume and care, and spend their lives in posting here and there where this plague drives them, and have little ease, are furious with themselves, and hard to please. Like that bold Caesar, the famed Roman wight, who wept at reading of a Grecian knight, who made a name at younger years than he. Or that renowned mirror of chivalry, Prince Alexander, Philip's peerless son, who carried the great war from Macedon into the Sudan's realm, and thundered on to die at 35 in Babylon. What tale did Iseult to the children say, under the hollies that bright winter's day? She told them of the fairy-haunted land, away the other side of Brittany, beyond the heaths edged by the lonely sea, of the deep forest glades of Broceliande, through whose green boughs the golden sunshine creeps, where Merlin by the enchanted thorn-tree sleeps. For here he came with the Fay Vivian, one April, when the warm days first began. He was on foot, and that false Fay his friend on her white palfrey. Here he met his end, in these lone sylvan glades that April day. This tale of Merlin and the lovely Fay was the one Iseult chose, and she brought clear before the children's fancy him and her. Blowing between the stems, the forest air had loosened the brown locks of Vivian's hair, which played on her flushed cheek, and her blue eyes sparkled with mocking glee and exercise. Her palfrey's flanks were mired and bathed in sweat, for they had travelled far and not stopped yet. A briar in that tangled wilderness had scored her white right hand, which she allows to rest ungloved on her green riding dress. The other warded off the drooping boughs. But still she chatted on, with her blue eyes fixed full on Merlin's face, her stately prize. Her haviour had the morning's fresh clear grace, the spirit of the woods was in her face. She looked so witching fair that learned wight forgot his craft and his best wits took flight, and he grew fond and eager to obey his mistress, use her empire as she may. They came to where the brushwood ceased, and day peered twixt the stems, and the ground broke away in a slope sward down to a brawling brook. And up as high as where they stood to look, on the brook's further side was clear, but then the underwood and trees began again. This open glen was studded thick with thorns, then white with blossom, and you saw the horns through last year's fern of the shy fallow deer, who come at noon down to the water here. You saw the bright-eyed squirrels dart along under the thorns on the green sward, and strong the blackbird whistled from the dingles near, and the weird chipping of the woodpecker rang lonely and sharp. The sky was fair, and a fresh breath of spring stirred everywhere. Merlin and Vivian stopped on the slope's brow to gaze on the light sea of leaf and bough, which glistening plays all round them, lone and mild, as if to itself the quiet forest smiled. Upon the brow top grew a thorn, and here the grass was dry and mossed, and you saw clear across the hollow. White anemones starred the cool turf, and clumps of primroses ran out from the dark underwood behind. No fairer resting place a man could find. Here let us halt, said Merlin then, and she nodded and tied her palfrey to a tree. They sat them down together, and a sleep fell upon Merlin, more like death, so deep. Her finger on her lips, then Vivian rose, and from her brown locked head the wimple throws, and takes it in her hand, and waves it over the blossom thorn tree and her sleeping lover. 9 times she waved the fluttering wimple round, and made a little plot of magic ground. And in that daisied circle, as men say, is Merlin prisoner till the judgment day. But she herself whither she will can rove, for she was passing weary of his love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. End of love poems by famous authors by various.